Mexico. We're going to have a preview for UFC Mexico. We're going to talk about UFC Mexico, but obviously, we don't just talk about UFC or MMA or boxing in this channel. There's a wide range of things that we are going to discuss, and we will absolutely get right to it. So, without further ado, hold on a second. I'm just going to change the thumbnail on this live stream right now, so we can kind of get a good amount of viewers in here. So obviously, we're also going to talk about Big U, 43 count criminal indictment. Now, that is insane. Okay, like we are talking about a situation where this person has to literally deal with different cases, right? So let's say he gets found innocent for one particular case. The next case after that, he has to fight it and fight. I mean, it's almost like an impossible type of battle. We're going to get right into that. We're going to get right into UFC. Yeah, we're going to get right into UFC's Mexico, taking a look at the card. Obviously, this is just a pre-show. I'm going to be live later on for the actual live stream. In fact, I may do just the live stream only in audio form, right? You know, just to kind of get people in there and, you know, and get the numbers going. But of course, I'm going to be doing commentary on it as well. So with that in mind, I figured I'd do a preview show right now. And the reason being is because, hey, you know what? Why not put my face on the camera right here? And you know what? For whatever reason, I don't know why, but excuse me, the vertical stream, for whatever reason, is somehow a lot more effective in terms of bringing in the numbers. Now, I don't know exactly why that is, what determines that. Maybe because people scroll up and down, that, you know, they just run across your page and they're like, well, okay, you know what? This guy is talking about something really interesting. Let's stay tuned for this one. Let's check this out. But yeah, so maybe that's why. And you know what? As a new YouTuber, obviously, I'm just learning the algorithm of YouTube, how it works, what are some of the best times to stream and whatnot. So I'm sort of learning and going along as I'm doing this, right? So without further ado, please don't forget to like and subscribe, because we got a lot of interesting topics that we're going to talk about. There's one like right there that we just seen. Now let's get some comments going as well. Also, it would be highly appreciated if you guys would like to drop a super chat. Doesn't have to be a big amount, whatever amount that you deem fit in terms of what you think is the value of this podcast or stream. Jag1 says hi. How you doing, Jag? Let me know what part of the world you are from and what are your interests and things of that nature. Amir Golkar has a bomb, and okay, that's quite interesting. What are your thoughts on Wes Watson? Very interesting. I got to tell you, Lovebug, 1337, one thing that I can say about Wes Watson is he seems like the steroid version of Andrew Tate, right? In other words, like he's very hyper exaggerated in his character. Playboy 1312 says, Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh to you as well. So good, we're getting some people in here. Jag1 says, I'm having a bad day. I'm sorry to hear that, Jag1. Let me know why you're having a bad day, if, of course, you want to reveal that to the world, or maybe you are anonymous. Maybe it's a lot more comfortable for you to do so. But if you would like to share why that is, I would absolutely welcome that. How about this? Mumar Malik, salam alaikum from Bosnia. Shout outs to Bosnia, some of the toughest Muslims in the world. And I know a lot about your history and things of that nature. So Europe, we are the only white Muslims. That and the Dagestanis, if you want to consider them white, the Chechens as well, you know, things of that nature. I suffered a siege as a child. Wow. Okay, so that's a very interesting story. I love how there are people that come in here that have very interesting stories, and this is what I live for, right? So let me give you a little background on myself, right? Bosnia, who cares, brother? Well, yeah, that's, do you know any history of Bosnia? I know quite a bit. Saeed Ayman, shout outs to Saeed Ayman. He says, free Palestine. I absolutely agree with that. Yeah. What was I saying? Bosnia, who cares, brother? Well, we should all care, right? You know, obviously, as Muslims, we should absolutely care. Playboy says, free Israel. Well, you know, you're entitled to your opinion. All opinions are welcome here in this channel because people are saying bad words to me. Well, I tell you what, you want to talk about bad words? Yesterday on the stream, I had a few people come in here and say bad words to me. You want to know what the best way to deal with bad words, or, you know, for lack of a better, for lack of a better vocabulary to that, is this. You got to prove them wrong, right? You have to work hard in proving people wrong in whatever it is that they're saying bad about you. Saeed Ayman says, just ignore. Yes, that's also a good one, right? You got to ignore. Because look, here's the thing, right? Sometimes what people like to do is create external noises to either be heard or to either cause a commotion or to get you out of your game, right? So it's always important to always create truth and reality behind the noise. So let me give you an example. Me, myself, I'm a pretty well versed, trained martial artist. I've been doing martial arts my whole life. I know how to fight. I've been in MMA fights. I've been in Muay Thai fights. I've won amateur Muay Thai titles out here in California. Sent to Dagestan 2 years and forget. Right. That's quite the common saying these days. So if a person came up to me and started, mouthing off and started talking smack or whatever, all of that is just noise. It's not going to determine whether I can beat this person up or not, right? So, again, you have to recognize noise versus the reality of substance. And that's really the best way to put it. Mumar Malik says, dear friend, it's hard to be a Muslim in Europe, especially when you only land in Europe. Well, what exactly do you mean by that, Mumar? Do you mean that you are only allowed to travel within the circumference of Europe and nowhere else? Is that what you mean? And if so, are you saying that it's difficult to, let's say, travel in France? I've had experience traveling to France when I was 16 years old, right? And when I was there, I remember that I had this old French white couple sitting at a park, right? And all of these other Arab kids were around, like playing soccer or whatever. And I was sitting next to the old man, and I could see his wife. They were both an older couple, signaling to him, hey, come here, like as if I was going to put this man in some sort of danger. Now, if there's one thing you know about France, there's a dangerous element of Arab gangs and Arab gangsters in that particular part of the world. And they are basically, stereotyped as such. And then after 9/11 happened, a stereotype of another kind came about with Muslims. And so obviously it became a much harder life for Muslims around Europe, in England as well. Same thing in that particular regard. But speaking of gangs, obviously we're also going to talk about the alleged Rolling 60s Crip leader, Big U. And by the way, I have the right colors right now to kind of talk about this particular thing, right? Monkey says they don't respect their women. Muammar Malik says we are tall and blonde people, Slavonic. Yes, so that's one thing that I do know about the Bosnians is that, yeah, they are they have a very distinct Baltic features about them. So, but on any regard, shout outs to Bosnia and things of that nature, right? Going back to what the other brother had asked earlier about Wes Watson. So, bro, you saw, I don't know what you mean by that, mostly 190 centimeters. Okay. So, but going back to what the one of the questions earlier about Wes Watson. So, what do I know about Wes Watson? Obviously, he's a social media influencer. And he came to my radar when I was watching this guy named Dubs. Okay, who's a former Sureño Southern Mexican gang member who went to prison for unaliving somebody. And by the way, he was pardoned later on because of the process in California to release inmates quite early, right? So he paroled, he got out 2017, and then afterwards he became a social media star, obviously a YouTube star, and now here he is. He's also a YouTube ally of mine. I've used many of his content to react to this channel. He is well versed in boxing, understands boxing. He knows the family of Ryan Garcia. So I actually have a video where I react to him talking about Ryan Garcia saying the N-word, if you guys remember that story a while back. So, not to go off on a tangent, but that's how I came across Wes Watson. Dubs would have a Wes Watson Wednesday where he talks about Wes Watson all the time. And the way that it seems, Wes Watson comes across as a very arrogant, narcissistic person. Now, I know if you're a male, you probably heard a few people call you a narcissist or this and that and whatever. But I mean, this guy is a narcissist to a whole completely different level. And make of that as you will. He could make of that as he wills, but you would imagine it would put a strain in the type of relationships that he has in his life. But nonetheless, Adrian, my man, Adrian asks, how are you, man? Shout outs to Russia. So we got Russia, we got Bosnia, we got maybe Israel in here. We got Jag1, where are you from? Saeed, Ayman, let me know where you're from. Everybody in here, let me know where you're from. You are from Libya, really? During our former land, Yugoslavia, our grandfather go to work in Libya in the 1970s and 80s to make, you know what? Malik, our family probably ran across each other because I did live in Libya. Obviously, I was born there, right? So I probably ran across your family in some kind of way. And if you remember, also the IRA was living down in Libya as well. So quite an interesting story in that regard. So because people are wait, what is this? Okay, oh sorry. I was scrolling up and I was reading some comments from previously. So, okay, that's a very inappropriate question. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a timeout. You can come back in about, I don't know. You can come back in about 1 minute. You get a 1 minute timeout. So see, here's the thing, right? At least if I give you a timeout here on this chat, you are only going to get it for 10 minutes or so. Many people from here been in Libya during Gaddafi. You were born in the U.S. or you were brought up here? I was brought up in the United States. I was born in Libya. I was raised in New Jersey, and then I moved to California, which is basically the gang capital of the world, right? So, which, by the way, leads me to the discussion of Big U and his 43 count indictment, which we're going to read out. And then we're going to talk about UFC Mexico. Very exciting card. I mean, you know what? Let's be honest. I think a lot of these cards are very lackluster for a reason. Simply because UFC is trying to build as many content as they can, right? In other words, what they are trying to do is push out as much content as they can because of that. Tomorrow, Bahrain Eid. Oh, okay, so it's going to be Eid tomorrow. And so is that confirmed for you guys? Raptor says, hello again, bro. Hope you are having a good day. Man, I'm having a beautiful day. It's Raptors. By the way, I'm having a great day because now I'm starting to see very familiar people here. We now have, for lack of a better term, the usual suspects that are coming in here. I'm very glad and thankful that you guys are here to come and support my channel. So please, for all those that are tapped in right now, hit the like button, hit the share button, and also hit the subscribe button. Help me get to 1,000 subscribers and things of that nature so we can help make this channel the biggest mixed martial arts channel in the history of mankind. And you know what? Speaking of Islamic stuff and Muslims around the world, I want to say this, right? The reason why I decided to build this channel You see, there's a prevalent culture in mixed martial arts right now that is highly negative. Okay, sometimes you could even say borderline racist, right? White nationalistic way. And you know what? I don't mind that at all. I got no hatred or animosity towards white nationalists or any nationalists whatsoever. But what I'm trying to do with my channel is create a different vibe and a different stilo in the world of mixed martial arts, right? So obviously there's the white nationalist side of MMA. What I want to do is sort of create a counterculture to that where I present the Muslim side of things, the street side of things, and maybe even the aspects that may scare white America, right? That's what I want to offer with my channel. So I hope that you guys support me in that journey and that struggle, and you click like and subscribe and help me to become the biggest channel I can be. Adrian says, I don't know why people are living in bad cities side. Just move out to the countryside. It's cheap too, I guess. Well, Adrian, it depends where you are and what part of the world you live at, because what it is really is that when you have certain expenses, right? I think it may be different in your country, but I would imagine in the United States and elsewhere in Europe, it would probably be a lot more difficult to live in the countryside. Now, if there's one thing that I understand about English culture and British culture is that when people live in the countryside, they often have a lot of money to facilitate that. And living in a farm takes a lot of money. It takes a lot of responsibility. But again, your idea is not bad as well, right? You know, the city is sometimes just a little bit too stressful depending on what part of the world you are at. So yeah, that's something to consider as well. So if you could just excuse me right now, let me just go and share this live stream that I have going on with you guys right now. Oh, wow. Okay, so we had quite a few people subscribe while that was going on. Thank you guys for that. Also, Wi-Fi wise, it's hard to get into the country. Yeah, that's another good point right there. Right, that is an excellent point. Excellent point. So, all right. So that's shared on my Facebook. Andrew Nance says, hi, how you doing, my man? There's another familiar face that we have with us right now. So shout outs to you on that. LFG, what does LFG stand for? Let me know what LFG stands for, my man. Can I have a shout out? Shout outs to Brandon. What's up, my man, Brandon? Let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. And thank you for your support and coming out here with us as we preview UFC Mexico. So what? Let's fucking good. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's fucking good. Okay, that's what it means. All right. Awesome. Awesome. That's great. Okay, so also, you know what? I'm going to title this Eid as well, because obviously there's an Eid theme is here. By the way, see California. Okay, oh, you're from California. That's what's up, Brandon. Okay, so you're a fellow Californian. What part, my man? What part of California are you from, if you don't mind sharing? Zippy says, let's often go. Keep up the hard work, bro. Thank you so much, my man. Thank you so much. I am so honored to have people out there that support my channel and give positive, good vibes. Now, look, yesterday, I want to tell you something about a really interesting scenario that we had going on yesterday, right? There was this one person, I think the screen name said Misty, and then in the beginning of the stream, this person says, well, you know, I'm your biggest fan. I was like, wow, that's awesome, man. You know, I'm highly appreciative of that. And the next thing you know, I get into it with a spat with somebody saying, oh, well, you're not really athletic or you really can't fight. Then I start showing them videos. I start talking my smack, getting a little bit cocky and this and that. Now, next thing you know, she says, "Oh, well, you know, you're not, I'm not, I don't like you anymore," or this and that. I'm like, why? I'm like, I act accordingly to what is in front of me, right? So if you're going to act nice and you're going to act kindly, I'm going to do that at the very end of Los Angeles. Oh, okay, okay. So the very end of Los Angeles. So, uh, does that mean, like the Santa Monica area, or maybe the Inland Empire, or something that is close to like the IE, or yeah, let me know what you mean by that. Hello all, shout outs to number 4 MK that's also in the house. So we got quite a good traction going on here now. So all right. You know, I'm very Misty was a troll. Okay, so well, that's perfectly fine. I got no problem with trolls, because by the end of the day, hey, you know what? Trolls are what makes your channel. Okay, and Henry William Henry Ware says yes. Brandon says yeah. Oh, okay, okay. So you live by the beach. Okay, so that's awesome, my man. All right. So, well, I'm next to like a big ocean. You know what? I stayed in Santa Monica, at a hotel in Santa Monica before, Venice Beach as well. I mean, really one of my favorite parts of Los Angeles. You know what I mean? Well, I'm next to like a big ocean. I live in some apartments. Wow, man, that is beautiful. That is beautiful. That is probably some of the most ideal place to live. You know, is an area like that. So you're very lucky, my man, to obviously live in an area like that. And obviously it's a blessing, and it's a privilege to live in California. Oftentimes I hear a lot of how can you talk about, okay, I was just reading a comment on my Joe Pfeiffer video here, right? Let me show you exactly. I live in the Bay Bridge. Oh, William here. Okay, so you live in the rap. I'm sorry, in San Francisco area. Okay, Raptors, is English your first language? Because you are very well spoken. I have Muslim friends and they aren't as fluent. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, obviously, I think that, yeah, English is my first language. And, you know, since it's my first language, I try to perfect it as much as I can. Brandon says, you should see the view here. Man, I would absolutely love to see it. It's incredible. I'm sitting on my balcony right now. Wow, man, that's yeah, I remember staying at a balcony in Venice Beach and whatnot. So let me show you. I think I have a video of that. I made a video of me in that particular setting. Let me see if I can pull that up. Wait a minute. Okay, right here. Let me show you 1 year ago. How long you grow your facial hair. I would say about, this takes me like literally a month to grow, right? Sir, how, yeah, I'm different. I'm buying some land in Wyoming. Okay, Kanye is out there actually in Wyoming. I only seen beach 2 to 3 times. There's a lot of beaches in Russia, I'm assuming, right, Adrian? Maybe in like the what is that area? Crimea? I know that. Syrup says, God bless you, man. God bless you too as well. So this is great, man. We got some positive vibes going on this morning. A little contrasting from yesterday. Of course, you're always going to have trolls, but you know what? On my part, I can always choose to ignore them. Here, let me show you the hotel room that I was staying at in Santa Monica right here. And Dricus Duplessis is the real African because he lives in South Africa. But then there's an apartheid, race card built into the whole promotion that I think even Nelson Mandela would be interested in to watch a fight like this, right? I mean, let's understand something. All right, so if you guys saw that right there, just a little snippet of me in Santa Monica. Check that out. The video is called Filmed in Santa Monica, the racial implications of Adesanya versus Dricus Duplessis. in a post-apartheid world. So quite an interesting title, to say the least. Okay, so let's see here. Okay, good. We've got a good traction so far. We've had already 200 people tap in here. Yeah, bro, it's pretty early in the morning for me. Okay, so yeah, we have seas, but I've never been there. I recognize the beach. Yeah, that's Santa Monica, where I'm at. That is in the what is that hotel called? I believe Ocean View Hotel. So shout out to Ocean View Hotel. Listen, very, very expensive for one night. Okay. Syrup says tomorrow is our last day fasting. Okay. Okay. So I think we're gonna have to determine where our fasting is going to be, or are going to end here in the United States. I think we wait later on in Maghrib time to sort of understand where, yeah, where we stand in that particular regard. So, guys, who's ready for UFC Mexico? Well, before we get to that, let's talk about the 43 counts that is going to involve Big U. Okay, so charged in a sweeping 43 count indictment, murder and extortion and fraud. Big U. Big Eugene Henley, Roland 60s neighborhood Crip leader, indicted on charges including unaliving, which is murder, extortion, fraud, and embezzlement. Oh, can't wait to see Yair tonight. Oh, is Yair Rodriguez fighting? Okay, I subscribe, by the way. Thank you, Brandon. And I hope that you get other people to subscribe as well, because what I was saying earlier was that I'm trying to offer a different look to MMA streaming. You see, the current MMA streaming world right now, I would say, is a whole lot more right wing, which I don't have a problem with. I have a lot of right wing followers as well, a lot of Trump supporters. I got no problem with them. But as a Muslim male, you know, to be honest with you, we have a different culture. We have a different way of looking at the world. Obviously, you look at the people that are in my chat right now. We got people from Indonesia. We got people from Bosnia. We got people from Russia. We have people from Armenia. We have people from California, California A to be exact, right? So it's a different culture that I sort of am a part of, and a different culture that I convey in this world of mixed martial arts streaming. Whereas you look at somebody like MMA Guru, the type of people that he attracts sort of have a right-wing, white nationalist following. Let's just be honest about that, right? ZB Daddy says, Joe Pfeiffer dissed you. How? In what way? Do you have a video of that, of him dissing me in any kind of way? And if he did, I don't really care, because we're in this game to get known and to get recognized. And I saw an opportunity to say that, hey, you know what? This guy is over here talking about how he's homeless and this and that. And I'm like thinking to myself, you know what, man? Listen, everybody who was a fighter has been homeless at one point. Okay, you know how many fighters I know lived in gyms? You know how many fighters I know lived with other people that they really did not want to live with, so they had to live with them in order to like get their careers going? I mean, he's no special in that. He just makes it seem like, oh man, you know, I was this guy, I was a drug addict or this and that. I'm like, come on, bro. You know, you're a jacked white dude and you expect me to feel sorry for you. And I'm sorry, but if you are a white American in America, okay, you're going to have better privileges than anybody else. And I'm not just saying that to be social justice warrior-like or anything like that. I'm just being honest about that. You just have a better head start than everybody else. No number 4 says, so he is fighting. Kamzat lived in Jemen in Sweden. Okay, yes, he did. Yeah, he lived in Sweden. And what's interesting about Kamzat is he's considered a refugee, but at the same time, he's a staunch supporter of Ramzan Kadyrov. You're right. Okay, yeah. So he's not fighting. Okay, so to the Big U situation, right? Eugene Henley. Authorities leveraged Henley's explicit admission on social media, notably from the Adam 22's popular podcast, to strengthen their criminal case. Now, look, this is often said that when you go on Adam 22's podcast, that somehow a lot of people end up going to jail or prison, right? Or telling on themselves. And again, Adam is very adamant in saying, hey, you know what? I can't force what anybody else does or what they say, but then if you press them on it, well, why did you release these footages? Or better yet, why didn't you just edit them out? But, you know, that's Adam 22 in a nutshell when it comes to how people perceive him to be. The indictment highlights aggressive efforts by law enforcement to dismantle organized crime through innovative investigative techniques, including meticulous monitoring of social media. So once again, that tells you they absolutely monitor your social media. Okay, just to okay, there we go. Just to keep that on charge. Okay, let me read these comments. I going to swim at my mom's taking me down to the beach. Okay, I gotta go. I'm going swimming with my mom. Okay, have fun, Brandon. Hope you can, you know, catch me later. I'm going to be live later for the live stream for UFC Mexico. So please, everybody, tune in and tap in later on. That's going to be around 1 p.m. West Coast time, and you can calculate that in your own time zone, if you will. Adrian says he moved because war in Chechnya. That's why he is considered a refugee. Okay, very good. Andrew Nance says Moreno has never won in Mexico City. Is that right? Okay, so that's an interesting fact, Andrew Nance. Okay, so thank you for sort of bringing back the MMA conversation to this. You know what? That is an interesting point. He never did win in Mexico City, right? And it is quite difficult to win in Mexico City due to the high altitude. Now, if you remember the fight with Kane and Fabricio Verdum, Kane was absolutely flabbergasted in fighting out there, right? He just was not prepared. He came in at a week's notice into Mexico, and Fabricio Verdum was literally living there while he was fighting. Brandon says, hi, guys. Moreno breaks the streak tonight. Inshallah. Thoughts on Anderson Silva in his prime? Raptors, let me tell you, if you got to see Anderson Silva in his prime, Anderson Silva was magical. It was like as if he could do absolutely anything he wanted. He was like a kung fu movie come to real life. And seeing it live on the pay-per-views back in the days, and by the way, speaking of that, the pay-per-views back in the days seemed a lot more real in terms of the people that came to your house. It wasn't as often as all these cards that are being saturated right now. It felt like a special event. So, hi guys, Brandon says, Cardio King, your subscription, because I subscribed, is added to my phone. So it'll ding whenever you're going live again, and I'll probably be back by then. All right, so that's awesome, my man. Thank you so much, man. Man, I'm really appreciating and loving all the support that I get right now. Obviously, as a new YouTuber, this is a privilege to have all these people that are tapped in, and because of that, you guys motivate me to work a whole lot harder in this channel and to better myself as a YouTuber and a content creator and anything that I can do. The Forrest Griffin fight was prime Anderson Silva. Yeah, and that was one of those magical moments where he could have literally done whatever he liked. Thanks for Andrew Nance. He says, hit the likes. I saw him knock out Vitor Belfort live. It was magical. He's my favorite fighter. Yeah, man. You know what's crazy about that fight? It was very lackluster in the first few minutes. And next thing you know, out of nowhere, he lifts up his feet. Boom! Hits Vitor Belfort right in his face, knocks him out cold. And obviously, that's one of those iconic scenes that we have noticed about Anderson Silva all throughout the years, is that I believe it was on a UFC cover as well, right? And then it's also part of his shirt, right? His symbol. You know how you have the dunk man or the jump man symbol for Michael Jordan. For Anderson Silva, it's the front kick to the face. And even his boxing gear that he wears has that symbol, right? Obviously, kicking has nothing to do with boxing, but He has that as his symbol. What do you think about the lightweight division? It's a complete mess. Well, Saeed Ayman, the reason why it's a complete mess is due to the fact that the old guards are beating the young guys. I've mentioned before how Dustin Poirier beat Benoit Saint Denis, that Fiziev got beat by Justin Gaethje twice. So it's very difficult for the younger guys to move up when all the top dogs, the older dogs, are still the top dogs. Who is your favorite UFC fighter? I don't really have one. But again, I will say that I do have a certain biasness towards the Muslim fighters. Who do you have in the Joe and the Kelvin fight? I think that Kelvin Gastelum is going to win by decision. I think that a lot of people are counting him out. I think they're looking at Joe Pfeiffer as this guy who is the up-and-comer, which, you know, is understandable. But at the same time, Kelvin Gastelum is a veteran, right? He knows how to win fights. He knows how to score, right? So I don't see a knockout. Joe, keep in mind, even though I dissed Joe in a video, no disrespect to Joe, he has a serious chin on him, and Kelvin Gastelum is just not going to lay him out that easily. 155 isn't a mess. It's just the trenches. Correct. I hope he KOs Joe. Me too. But I don't see that happening. I am talking about the matchups. Yeah, okay. So you're talking about the lack of the matchups that are going on. Yeah, especially for Islam, right? What Islam has going on right now is a very difficult situation. I think that Ilia Topuria is his only money fight, and then underneath that, it's just a whole bunch of different fights that he's not interested in, or better yet, what the media and the fans are not interested in. Do you think UFC did Mighty Mouse dirty or no? Well, in what way? Obviously, they traded him for Ben Askren, right? And what resulted out of that was turning Jorge Masvidal into a star, when originally they were supposed to make Ben Askren the star. Everyone thinks Dana did the middleweight division dirty. Yeah, Dana played him well. That's why he moved on. Yeah, and he had some good fights in ONE FC as well, right? There was only so much that he can do in the UFC. And also, the UFC is more of an entertainment company. Not to say that ONE FC is not, or not to say that ONE FC is more of a higher competitive architecture, but it was just giving DJ a different, you know, set of opponents. DJ would do well nowadays, but back then nobody cared about the smaller guys. Very true. Oh, Mighty Mouse, my bad. Yeah. Oh, okay. Mighty Mouse, that's what you meant, not middleweight. Okay, sorry. I misspoke and misinterpreted that meaning. Okay, so back to the Big U thing, right? Islam's only fight is Topuria. He runs through everyone. That's mid-air armbar is legendary. Yeah, it is, man. It is. That is absolutely legendary. Monkey says, all good, brother. So, Los Angeles, in a stunning move by the federal prosecutors, Eugene Henley, famously known as Big U, has been indicted with 43 counts of felonies. Murder, extortion, fraud, tax evasion. The charges bring to light decades of alleged criminal intricacy woven through the streets of Los Angeles, threatening to dismantle what authorities describe as a mafia-like organization. I'm out, but I subbed. Shout out to you, Monkey. See you soon, bud. And I hope that I see you later on the live stream as well. I'm going to be doing a live stream here. Maybe just do an audio live stream for UFC Mexico, but I will be here for that. And thank you for subbing, and I hope that you get others to sub as well. So ironically, Henley's rise to notoriety through podcasts and social media platforms has become a very tool authorities are using to bring him down. Adam22, whose highly influential platform regularly hosts Henley. Well, I don't know about regularly. I mean, he's been there a few times, but not to that degree that they're speaking of here in his article. But back to the article, publicly acknowledged that the FBI contacted him during an investigation. So Adam22's No Jumper podcast, famous for its raw conversations and provocative topics, and other social media platforms, Henley appeared in inadvertently provided investigators critical evidence directly from Henley's own mouth. Okay, so let's hear what Adam 22 had to say about the feds. Do you ever seen Eddie Hall versus Nefertiti brothers? It's the funniest fight ever. No, I haven't. I'll definitely check that out. That's thank you for that recommendation. But let me see here. Oh, okay. How about this? This little comment right here from just 12 minutes ago. Pfeiffer is gonna try and wrestle like his boy Sean and try for the sub. Be unsuccessful and gas out. That, or he is going to try and crack a massive skull of Kelvin, fail and gas out and lose. I hope anyways. I'm gonna. I'm going to show you guys what I'm talking about right here, this comment right here. Look, this is what this guy says. So shout outs to Slick on that one right there. So let me see here. What was I going to do? I was going to bring up the Adam 22 interview where he talks about why people. Oh, okay. Here we go. Adam says the feds came to his house. Okay, we'll play this from the no jumper clips right here.
Make or break how much money you get. Here's the biggest mistake I see people making after a car accident. Talking to insurance companies or
do you feel like you've affected
what's
going on with them right now?
Not really.
You don't?
Although I can speak on some very, very privileged information right now that I think is going to set the internet on fire because...
Isn't it?
All right. Let me break this down for you. Let me break down the last 24 or so hours of my life. So, this morning, got a colonoscopy.
Okay, we're going to skip all that. He talks about getting a colonoscopy and this and that. A little bit irrelevant, but okay.
And over, I've sat down with rappers or whoever who tell me about situations in which they divulged too much information to the police or whoever, and it ended up coming back to bite them. Especially, something that comes to mind is like Hurricane Chris, who caught a body that was blatantly self-defense. As soon as the cops come, he airs out his whole situation and ends up coming back to haunt him because the state ends up...
Why we don't have fighters from the East? East in terms of Eastern Europe? Or, I mean, there's a lot of fighters in Eastern Europe, right? Or do you mean East in a different region of the world? Let me know what you mean.
Trying him. So if he had not made all those statements to the cops right after he had killed this dude, then it for sure would have been a way easier case for him to beat. Now, that being said, I'm not really that worried because I know that I myself haven't been involved in any criminality, but I figured I would have my lawyer take care of it. So my lawyer reaches out to the guy who came to my door. She assures me that she's going to be able to ask the FBI agent a handful of questions, and from that information be able to ascertain, is Adam in trouble? Is Adam going to be, forced to hand over a crazy amount of information?
Oh, okay. You mean India, China, and Pakistan. Well, there's a lot of Chinese fighters in the UFC. A lot of prominent ones. Also in boxing, Wei Li Zhang. But with India, there's only been 2 fighters. I believe it was Pujar who fought last weekend, and then what was his name? Anuli, I think his name. Yeah, that guy, he's a 155er. Hold on, let me look up his name just to kind of confirm on that right there. Indian UFC fighter. Anush. Oh. Anshul Jubilee. Yeah, Jubilee. Sorry. Yeah. He's a 155er. He said that he would knock out Khabib or submit Khabib or whatever. But yeah, you and whoever you are talking to bum each other. You and whoever you are talking to. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's that guy again. Okay, well, I will see you again in 60 seconds, okay? You get your, no, this time you get a 5-minute penalty. So every time the penalty sort of goes up, like it was 1 minute before, now it is, yeah, 2 minutes, 5 minutes now. Okay, you get your second penalty. That's how it goes. I give you guys a chance here, right? If you do, say something bad or this and that. If Rocky was a real person, what would his record be? You know what? There's a real record for Rocky Balboa record. He has a real record, boxing record. You want to know what it is? It's 57 wins, 23 losses, and 1 draw. That's a real thing. You want to see? Look, I'll show you. He has a real boxing record, or at least a fictional one. Look at this. Are you shocked? Are you shocked that a fictional character has a real boxing record? So, yeah. And that was confirmed back in January 2nd, 2023. So, yeah, he has a real boxing record. Okay, so back to Adam
Because
22.
that was kind of lingering around in my head as like, God, this is going to be a huge pain in the ass if they want to confiscate all the computers.
Yeah, Adrian says, because India and China have almost a population of 1.4 billion, so I think it will get more profit. Oh, yeah. But you know what? They definitely make a lot of good money in the UFC in China, which is why they have a PI center over there. India, they're trying to work on, right? That's the next step, is trying to work on India. Obviously, with that comes Pakistan as well. But I would assume the majority of the Pakistani fighters that are going to emerge would probably come out of England, right? Sort of like a Hamza Shiraz. You look at Hamza Shiraz, the guy is Pakistani of national origin, but he's British, right? And he fights out of the UK. He trains out of the UK. Of course, Hamza Shiraz trains out here as well. So yeah, I think that the Pakistani fighters are probably going to be hyper developed in the UK, and that's where you would probably see them with the likes of Amir Khan, or maybe the Amir Khan into Hamza Shiraz version of MMA.
And everything in here. We're going to have to, like, what, buy a bunch of computers to use.
Where's the
in
furnace?
meantime?
Start the furnace.
Yeah, Alex is working for an Ankalaev rematch. AJ Edits says, yeah, he also said in an Ariel Helwani interview that he doesn't believe that he lost that fight. By the way, we're going to play a clip of that right after we get to Adam 22 right now.
What's up, guys?
I don't know. I was considering that. I have not destroyed any information for the record. But this is the thing that my lawyer comes back to me with. She said the feds were interested in one thing and one thing only. Because in my head, I'm thinking they're going to want copies of the podcasts that Brick or Luce were on. They're going to want to make sure that there wasn't anything in those podcasts that was edited out. Now, anybody who knows me and No Jumper knows that we really don't like to edit things out. So the only stuff we're editing out is if it's like a 4-alarm fire, like, yo, we need to take this out. So I don't think there's ever been something that Break or Luce told us that they needed us to edit out.
Wait, hold up. McGregor announces retirement. I'm going to look into that right after this, okay? And then also the Alex Pereira, the Alex Pereira retirement the Alex Pereira rematch with Ankalaev, and also proclaiming that he felt like he won that match in the Ariel Helwani interview.
But the one thing that the feds wanted was the cease and desist.
Yeah, that's very true, Raptors. McGregor does retire every week, so how much can you really take from that, I suppose, right?
Desist from Big U to No Jumper, asking us to take down the episode in which Loose Cannon first made the explosive statements that suggested that Big U had previous knowledge of Nipsey Hussle's death.
Okay, so I'm going to end that clip of that video right there and elaborate on that. So what I think Adam 22 is saying is that, hey, you know what? The feds are trying to build even more cases for Big U, and one of them is going to be murder. in particular the murder of Nipsey Hussle. So, in conclusion, what the feds just really want out of Adam 22 is information on what he said or what is known about the possible murder of the late great rapper Nipsey Hussle, who, by the way, was affiliated with Big U. Okay, now back to MMA. McGregor announces retirement. Let's see if that's real. But first, let's see Alex Pereira talk to Ariel Helwani about saying that he had won the fight. Okay, this is an hour long. Okay, let me see if we can pull up. Let's see here.
Let us say hello to the man himself, former middleweight and light heavyweight champion of the UFC, the great Alex.
Okay, no, this is really what he said in a press conference because he is going to be participating in Ireland's election. Wow, okay. McGregor is jock now, but there is a old McGregor, and he is funny and good. Okay, Adrian said that, and then AJ says that he said this in a press conference. The Nipsey case goes deeper than I thought. For real, it definitely does, and that's the reason why I think the feds are after, they're after Adam 22's interview with Loose Cannon and what he said about Big U. Now, this interview with Ariel is too long. Let me see what Joey has to say. MMA Joey. Shout out to MMA Joey. Let's just react to his video instead, right? To get to the juicy parts of Alex Pereira's.
Former light heavyweight champion Alex Pereira did his first interview since he was dominated by Magomed Ankalaev and lost his title. He went on Ariel Helwani's show, and there was a lot of cope. I wish I could say it wasn't true. There was a lot of cope from him and his coach. Ariel asking...
Which doesn't surprise me. Alex Pereira is a very prideful man, and taking a loss like that, of course there's going to be a lot of coping, but let's hear what kind of coping that is, if there's any excuses or any type of, or anything to that degree that can somehow show that, hey, you know what, this man is just either making excuses or maybe there's some valid reasons behind it. Ariel Helwani is a nunce too. All right, well, there's something that we can agree on, DB.
Obviously, baited questions, trying to get excuses out of Alex Pereira, and just overall sucking off Alex Pereira the entirety of the interview. But we're going to check out a bunch of different clips. Pereira complains nobody likes to watch Magomed Ankalaev. Pereira claims that he won the fight, that he scored the fight for himself. And there was a bunch of other stuff throughout this interview that we're going to check out. Let's just jump right into it. Okay, I will link this full interview down in the description if you guys care to go check it out.
Raptor says agreed, DB. Is Alex Pereira a nunce? No, I don't know. I don't think he is, man. But, again, you got to understand, in certain cultures, in certain countries of the world, they are a little bit more sympathetic to people dating younger, right? And, yeah, I'm not going to further elaborate on that, but let's just say that.
Turn on notifications, like the video, and share the video. Let's start off with Ariel already setting the tone. This is 3 minutes and 25 seconds into the interview. This is one of the very...
What about Ilya versus Islam? Abdullah asks. I believe that they are working on that, but I believe Islam is trying to steer away from that fight because he wants fights that will build the resume of his legacy. Ilya Topuria may not be that because he's another 145er that is moving up to fight 155 similar to Volkanovski. So,
first questions from Ariel Helwani after he does the whole Shama introduction. I was going to show you that. It's so cringe.
Okay, fair enough. You know what a nunce is. Sorry, it's funny to confuse Americans, but I'll stop now. Well, you would assume that I don't know what a nunce is. I mean, look, I've been around the world. I have a lot of British supporters on this channel. I watch a lot of British content, so I definitely know what nunce is. By the way, speaking of British films, there's this British film called Adolescence. By the way, I did a reaction on that because they talk about Andrew Tate there, where they sort of blame this particular stabbing of a young girl because of Andrew Tate's message and whatnot. But yeah, Charles Oliveira wants to fight Ilya. That would be an interesting fight and a good introduction for Ilya Topuria, former champion. Two former champions, one vacated champion in Ilya Topuria. A very good matchup to see where he's at 155, especially being that Charles Oliveira is a leader in submissions of that weight class, if not the whole entire UFC. Ilya at least needs to fight first, basic lightweight fighters, if he wants to fight with the champ. He can't directly fight for the championship belt. DB says, worst program ever. You didn't like that? You didn't like the show Adolescence? But let me know why you didn't like it, or what were some things you like it, or why you didn't like it at all. Hey, bro, he enters as champion. Bro, Islam is scared of him. Make of that as you will. But DC did say, you know what, nobody is afraid of anybody. It's just that, you know. Do you respect Andrew Tate? I don't think he's fully bad. He makes good points, but also says crazy things sometimes here. So you got to take him with a grain of salt, right? You also have to understand this man is an entertainer by the end of the day, and his whole entire ethos that he's running with, oh, well, I'm here to help young men or this and that. I don't believe in any of that, right? I believe that he's only there to help himself, just like we're all here to help ourselves by the end of the day. But what we do contribute as content creators is exactly that, just content. It's not that deep. We're not here solving world issues or, you know, or curing cancer or anything like that. So that's just the reality of it. Ilya tells...
watching it.
Ilya tells in an interview that he will fight Dustin Poirier in his retirement fight. Wow. Okay. In his retirement fight. But it's... Or do you mean that Dustin... Because Dustin is on the verge of retirement first before Ilya. But let me know what you mean by that.
So I'm not going to. But this is one of the first questions from Ariel Helwani.
It has come out recently, actually. Joe Rogan said that you had a hand injury and you were dealing with the norovirus before the fight. Is any of this true?
I swear Joe Rogan literally saw that on some random ass trolling Twitter account and reported it as if it's true. Joe Rogan, you know, if people are going to hate this video because they love Alex Pereira, the Joe Rogan stands are really in for it. Joe Rogan is a complete casual bum who knows nothing about the sport. He is checked out. He's basically an MMA crackhead at this point.
I think John Jones, Raptors, to answer your question, I think John Jones has one fight, and that would probably be Tom Aspinall. And whether he wins or loses, that would be it. If he wins, you'll never see John again, because by that point, he had completed everything that we had asked of him. Abdullah says Ilya will eat Dustin Poirier, #1 easy fight for him in round 1. Let me say that in Dagestani accent. Ilya will eat Dustin Poirier, #1 easy fight for him in 1 round. There it is. Tom Aspinall's waiting for sure. AJ edits. He definitely is waiting right now.
Okay? People got to stop acting like Joe Rogan's some reliable source of information about anything. So, this was all bullshit. Pereira hints at some excuses, though. He doesn't say if he was actually sick. He says his hand was fine. So, I don't really know what to make of this, but we're going to skip ahead to his answer because we're not going to watch him speak in Portuguese. We're going to listen to the translation of the answer. I'm going to skip ahead.
Aconteceram. I'm not trying to take credit from Ankalaev. Many people try to do that kind of thing. I'm not this type of guy. Everybody go through problems. I'm sure he had his own problems too. I had mine. My hand is fine, but it did happen a lot of things, but I don't want to use that as an excuse.
Okay, now that right there is a great answer for Alex Pereira, right? Whereas with Ariel Helwani, he's trying to frame this question like, hey, you know what? Alex Pereira, you're a very loved fighter, a very beloved fighter. So I'm going to make excuses for you just so we can justify the rematch that you need to have coming up. I mean...
So I don't know what exactly that answer...
Yeah, Joe Rogan is pretty tapped in. He's a ringside commentator, so he's always around the fighters. Correct. A clip shows Alex training with Strickland for the rematch. Well, they're always training, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean that perhaps Ankalaev and Pereira will be the next fight. Although that is in demand right now, and they both want it. The UFC wants it. Alex wants it. More importantly, Ankalaev wants it. So it doesn't seem like the worst idea to move forward with it.
Answer was, my hand is fine. It did happen a lot of times. So I don't know. Did you have a hand injury? Were you sick? I don't think that's true at all. He might have had minor injuries like every fighter does going into every single fight. I didn't hate this answer at all. The next answer, and again, I partially blame Ariel for this because he's trying to bait excuses out of Pereira so he can try to delegitimize his...
Abdullah says, I am from Georgia and I support my brother. That's what's up, man. You support your brother. Do you mean Ilia Topuria or do you mean me? As in, you support my channel because I'm your fellow Muslim brother. Well, by the way, shout outs to the Georgians. By the way, shout outs to the Bosnians. Shout outs to the Russians. Shout outs to the Armenians. And shout outs to all my Californians up in here. Man, I'm really enjoying this stream with you guys. And we just passed 1 hour of this stream. We're going to continue and move forward. And we're also going to preview UFC Mexico. So here we go.
Delegitimize Magomed Ankalaev's win like he did Bilal's over Leon Edwards, even though he gives Sean Brady full credit, shows exactly the type of person he is. But here is where it's like, okay, now Pereira, even though I don't want to take anything away, I don't want to make any excuses, this is kind of setting the tone for making excuses here. Listen to this.
Vai chegar momento que eu posso estar falando. I don't want to make excuse. I don't want to use this as leverage for anything. My moment's going to come to...
Raptor says, remember when Joe Rogan said he made his table bigger because of Mike Tyson? That was funny and scary at the same time. Yeah, man. Yeah. Those are some good moments with Joe Rogan and Mike Tyson in those podcasts.
Win the belt, and then I can disclose everything for you guys.
Okay. Could I just ask, were any of the issues big enough to where he considered not fighting?
Alguns problemas foram grandes o suficiente de você considerar não ter lutado. Ah, sim. Yes.
Wow. How close?
Wow. How close? How close was it?
AJ Edits, is that confirmed that Zabit is coming back to the UFC? Let me know where I could find sources of that particular information.
Compared.
Abdullah says, Alex Pereira is making excuses, bro. He is like saying, I was injured 1 week before the fight. Ankalaev was also fighting during Ramadan. That's a great point, right? So, in other words, what we have is an even fight. You got one guy who's fasting, okay, doing Ramadan, and you got one guy who's injured. Sounds like a pretty even fight to me, right? And the only thing that would make that fight even more interesting is if they fought in high elevation. So imagine high elevation, fasting during Ramadan, and then one guy, the champion, has an injury. So there it is. Alex never made excuses, Abdullah. Okay, Darren Youngs. Shout out to Darren Youngs. Joe Rogan revealed the injury, not Poatan. Very true, very true. And that's why Poatan is very reluctant in speaking on it because he doesn't want to seem like somebody that's making excuses. Now, from what it seems like, it is the fans who are making excuses for Alex Pereira. Chama. I didn't think that Ankalaev used wrestling to tire Alex. Yeah, you know what? Because maybe in the next fight, you'll probably see Ankalaev use wrestling. And perhaps he didn't use wrestling in this fight because he's fasting for Ramadan or has had several weeks of fasting for Ramadan, because I know there were some reports saying that he wasn't fasting during fight week due to the fact that he needed to make the weight. But yeah, sometimes you need to consume a certain amount of water during the day in order to get your water weight down, and that's probably the reason why he wasn't able to fast. But obviously, a little Islamic knowledge for you guys: if you miss fasting or this and that, you can make it up all year round. So just to kind of give you guys a perspective on that. Takar says Chama. I'm assuming we're going to see a lot of Chamas on the chat right now. And Darren Youngs, let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. Can you tell us how do you think Movsar Evloev versus Ilia Topuria would go, considering 5 rounds? Obviously, I think Movsar would out-wrestle him all throughout 5 rounds. I think there's going to be moments where Ilia rocks him, and this is where we see Movsar show his durability, being able to take shots to the chin, but also I think he's going to adjust and use his wrestling to win the fight. But under no circumstances do I see him submitting or knocking out Ilia Topuria. Raptor says, have you heard when Daniel Cormier lost in 2004 to the Russian Olympic wrestler? He said that that guy would dominate the UFC. Oh, yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. He said that he would dominate him and John Jones. Yeah, but instead he chose to go to the UFC, never to go to UFC, just the Olympics. And now some would argue that the Olympics is a lot more prestigious than the UFC. But again, I don't know if they're making more money than the UFC. Obviously, the UFC is a moneymaker. I can't say that about the Olympics. The Olympics just seems like the status quo sporting event that was there, but never really translated in the world of internet and social media culture. Bro, can you Aldella says, bro, can you explain to me about what happened on the former heavyweight champion Cain Velasquez? So what had happened was somebody was violating his child. He decided to go after that daycare center that was supposed to be watching his child, and then he went and chased them 11 miles into a California highway in Northern California in San Jose, started busting off shots with a gun, and yeah, and served prison time because of that. And it says Shara Bullet also expecting for a rematch, but Dana White is not interested. A rematch for MVP? That's interesting. I didn't know that was I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know that was something that was in demand. Darren Young says, bro, Shara is so mid. Most overhyped fighter I've ever seen. Well, I tell you what, Darren, I think that if he was to train in Khabib's camp, I think that Khabib would require him to wrestle a whole lot more. I think there would be a lot more requirements for him to wrestle. So, yeah, that's interesting though. But all right, let's get to this interview right here.
Lado fora da luta.
Pô, essa foi uma das lutas assim mais complicadas, né? De tudo que aconteceu.
One of the more complicated from my
Trey says, keep up the work, my man. It's not going unnoticed. Man, thank you so much, Trey. That means a world to me, man. You know, I definitely am trying to push as much as I can. You see that I'm constantly pushing videos, constantly pushing shorts and whatnot. So, inshallah. Who do you think is going to be considered the best boxer in 5 to 10 years? That's hard to say. Maybe Moses Otama. I can see him being a top heavyweight. So, yeah, I agree with Trey. Thank you so much, Darren Youngs. And Trey and Darren Youngs, let me know what part of the world you guys are from, man. Thank you guys for, you know, the support and the kind words and whatnot. And the trolls as well. I appreciate you guys as well, because trolls and positive affirmations are one and the same, right? They help your algorithm all in the same day. Habib, tell him to remove his pirate head hair and beard. Okay. I am a former WWE Tag Team... What? You're a former WWE Tag Team Champion? Darren Youngs. Hold on. Is that right? Hold up. Oh my God. Oh my God. What? Hold on. Is this you? Is this really... What? So the NXT guy? The one that... Wait, is that really you, bro? No way. You're the Black John Cena, right? The one where they compare you to like the Black John Cena. No way. Oh man. I got a WWE superstar that tapped into my channel. No way. Hold on. Let me confirm you are this guy, though. Okay? Because I don't want to get overhyped here and like, wow. That is crazy, man. That is crazy. Hold up. We got to fit. What? Oh! Oh, man. Hold on. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Man. Nah, you're not the real Darren Young. All right, nice try. But I appreciate it either way. You know what I mean, man? I was about to plaster all of this. Yeah, all right, but whatever. Shout outs to Darren Young, though. You know what I mean? You had my hopes. Yeah, Darren. Fred Rosser. Fred Rosser is his real... Okay, So you basically named your screen name after him. One day you will be seen. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You know what? I did have Jesse on Fire give me a super chat. So that's a pretty famous guy. I mean, obviously, in the content creator space, right? Not like a super celebrity or anything like that, but still one and the same. I had him on here. I had a public beef with the Don't Unfriend Me show podcast guy. Who else? I had Rich Trapper from the Rollin' 60s Crip. I was on his podcast. So yeah, I mean I'm pretty seen in the places that that are relevant to the topics that I cover. So speaking of topics that I cover, here's man, you had my hopes up on that one, Darren Youngs. Man, I was like, wait, is this the real Darren Youngs? I had MMA holes tap into me, but yeah. When not, if, but when you're when not, let me make sure that when not, but it, when not, if, but when you're famous, will you do meet and greets, bro? For sure. For sure, man. Yeah, I would definitely do meet and greets. That's absolutely in the works that that I would do when my channel blows up. I love how you say when and you have so much full confidence in me, but you know what? I do as well because well, look, you got to ask yourself, right? Would you watch yourself if you were anybody else? And that's something that I ask myself, right? Is this content that I would watch if this was not me? And that is literally what I put in my mind. Oftentimes, a lot of people make content and they just do it for the sake of, well, I'm sure people are going to watch this, and they don't really have a good self-realization. What I do is after every podcast, after every live stream, I re-listen to my live streams, to my videos, and because I'm trying to improve my articulation, my speech. I mean, I already have great articulation as it is. I already am highly educated in the world of communication and journalism, right? But even more so with the improvements that I'm trying to make, I'm very meticulous in that particular regard. So yeah, definitely I'm going to do meet and greets, and I would absolutely love it because I would appreciate having people that are tapped in with me. So so thank you for that, and thank you to Darren Youngs as well, the fake Darren Young. But yeah, shout outs to you. So
Everything that happened.
Wow.
So, and then Aaron's like,
Does he regret?
wow. Just like when Lee.
Dr. Strange says, Assalamu alaikum. Israel Adesanya official, just bored. I saw you in a live talking about UFC. Ready to see the Ankalaev, the Israel Adesanya official. That no way. That's not the official Israel Adesanya, is it? Y'all be giving my hopes up, thinking I got all these famous dudes, tapping in with me. Watch this actually be the real Israel Adesanya, but I highly doubt it. I highly doubt Israel Adesanya, is watching my channel. But then you never know, right? You never know. So hold on just a second here. Alex Pereira versus Ankalaev, boring ever in the history of the UFC. I don't know about. Well, yeah. Look, obviously you're. You're looking for high action and this and that. Usually famous people have a blue check mark next to their name. Correct. But you know what? I could do that as well. I could have a famous blue check mark on my social media page. I just got to pay the company $4 a month or something like that. Yeah, that's not the real Adesanya, obviously. The dude has 0 subscribers, so yeah, we got to call cap on that. Okay, so back to Alex Pereira.
Leon said he was 30%, or his coach said he was 30%. Wow. I mean, this entire hour interview, I swear, Aaron was just slobbing all over Pereira.
But hey, I appreciate you wanting the same, even even if you are or you're not Israel Adesanya. Obviously, I appreciate it. Like, you are the real Israel Adesanya. So big ups to you on that, regardless. So
Let's carry on.
What's the normal weight of Islam without cutting weight? I heard somewhere around 180, yeah, right under 190, 180. So Khabib official
baited question.
wanna challenge me? No, and you spelled Khabib wrong, so that's definitely a cap, channel right there, bro. I see news of UFC that Conor McGregor retired. What he has achieved in the UFC is unstoppable. God bless him. Big fan of him. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. Damn, now Khabib as well. Yeah, man, all these pages. Habib, I need you for a fight. Oh, man, here we go. The fake Israel Adesanya and the fake Khabib are fighting on my channel right now. This is interesting.
From Ariel. More baited questions from Ariel. Let's listen.
Moments, but I do not regret.
I am obviously asking you questions, so I don't want anyone to think that you're offering it.
Wait 5 minutes and Jesus will be here as well. You mean Jesus? Jesus from the block? Jesus from the southern Mexicans or the northern Mexicans? Which Jesus is this? Right? Because we got two types of Mexicans in California, right? We got northern Mexicans and southern Mexicans. So yeah, Darren Young, let me go, bro. Let go, bro, me and you. Little people are challenging each other in fights here.
That's not the case. Before the fight, I remember seeing Daniel Cormier and Chael Sonnen say, "You're traveling too much."
Raptor says, if Jesus shows up, I'm going to DIE. Abdullah says, I am a 155 lightweight guy.
Maybe you're not taking it serious enough. Was there anything to that?
He said, no, Jesus Christ, man, you ruined my joke. Well, look, man, I did not want to... Look, you got to remember, right? As Muslims, we can't joke about religion, so I had to steer it in that direction. But I'm sure everybody else in the chat got your joke, and I'm sure they found it hilarious, one and the same.
That in retrospect, do you think that you did not take the fight seriously enough?
So we're not even going to listen to the answer. He basically says, oh, look, I traveled. It is what it is. I hate the way Ariel phrases these questions.
Would it be fair for Imavov to get a title shot before Khamzat for the middleweight strap? Khamzat is getting the title shot next. The UFC wants that money fight. And yes, Imavov will probably fight the winner of that, if not the loser. Israel Adesanya official says Logan Paul versus Conor McGregor will be the last fight if Conor accepts. You know what? Logan Paul did say that he's not afraid of Conor McGregor anymore, right? So he'll definitely take that fight. But the question is, will Conor take it? Again, that money fight. Raptor says, I'm not watching Logan versus Conor. You know what, my man? I may have to disagree with you. I think when that fight comes about, I think you may just tune in. You may just tap in and tune in to that fight. So you never know, right? So I don't know. I don't know if I believe you on that. I mean, maybe you're doing something different that day when that fight happens, but I just think that whenever a fight happens that's of high value or high magnitude or high profile, most people who are in the know of combat sports will watch it. Just like people that had this moral high ground of saying, well, I'm not going to watch Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson because it's not real boxing. How many of them actually did? Jake Paul versus Logan Paul, I'd rather watch that. Yeah, that's a good matchup. Their family wouldn't be too happy about it. Conor is a legend, did his thing already. Leave him alone. I agree with that to a certain extent, human made. Jake Paul versus Logan Paul. I'm not saying that because most Paul fights are money fights. For real, anything that he does is money fights, right? Except for those two fights that he had in Puerto Rico where he had a bunch of former Golden Gloves champion fight. None of those were money fights at all. It was just Jake Paul being there, right? Being there just for the sake of being there. So
be a man about it. You have to be man first.
Why is Khamzat not fighting an America event? I am a big fan of Khamzat. He always fights an Abu Dhabi event. Well, now that Donald Trump is president, maybe perhaps we can change that because obviously there is a relationship now with Donald Trump and the UFC, and perhaps maybe he can facilitate that. Also, maybe facilitate a pardon for Cain Velasquez. But you never know. When is Jake Paul versus George? Oh, man, knockout. You You fell for that one, my homie. You fell for that one. Jake Paul versus George Foreman. I should not have even read that, but okay, man, you're foul for that. Conor beats Aldo in just 13 seconds and smashed Dustin in his prime. Was that Dustin Poirier's prime? When he beat Dustin Poirier. I mean, or would you say that Dustin maybe evolved right after that fight? Knockout says just speaking truths. Yeah, little bit of a harsh truth, but yeah, my man. You know, shout outs to Knockout, by the way. Knockout, let me know what part of the world you are from. Just customary of me to ask everybody. You know, it's what we do out here in Cali. We ask, where you from? Cuz, where you from? Blood? But no, not really. I mean, you know, I'm just interested in where a lot of the watchers are from. Like what happened with Anderson Silva versus Jake Paul, I betted money and lost because it was rigged. Okay, Ayankot's love from Fiji. All right, well, shout outs to Fiji. Mohammed Umarov. Kamzat will DIE Drickus. Do you agree? Yes, man. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's within the first couple of rounds. Abdullah says, Dustin Poirier, born in the wrong time, a princess who never became king. Wow. I am from Earth, but seriously, though, the Paul brothers fight old men. They do. No, Kamzat is a Chechnya. The president is a strict guy. Omar, yeah, I agree. I agree, Omar. He will absolutely destroy him. Omar Omarov, let me know what part of the world you are from, my man. Let's see here. Let's go back to the Alex Pereira. I would like to see Logan Paul versus Ellen DeGeneres. You know what? I wouldn't mind that fight at all, honestly, right? See Ellen DeGeneres get knocked out. I mean, yeah, that would be hilarious, honestly.
Well, DC and Chael were saying, Joe Rogan was saying, why are you beating around the bush and using these scam artists as your entry, as a conduit to your dumbass question? Just ask it outright, man. It drives me nuts. It absolutely drives me nuts. Like, just say, hey, you know, a lot of people are thinking, myself included, you had a heavy travel schedule. Could that affect you at all? You're in training? Even though it's a bullshit excuse, Ariel, no.
Abdullah says Kamzat is not Russian. He is a UAE citizen now, and DDP is not an easy fight for Kamzat. For sure. For sure. I think I have a breakdown of that fight if you guys want to check it out on my video section. Israel Adesanya official says Bruce Lee versus Conor. You know what? At one point, I did compare Conor McGregor to Bruce Lee, and a lot of people were not happy with that comparison.
Knows that it's a bullshit excuse. At least be a man about it and ask it in a proper way. Not, well, Chael in DC. We're not even going to listen to the answer. Next question, we're going to jump ahead. He thinks
Israel Adesanya says, I would love to see Bruce Lee fighting in the UFC. I'm sure Jake Paul would love to get that fight as well, according to Knockout, right? I'm sure Knockout here would agree with that, right? Knockout, I'm sure Jake Paul would probably go for that fight, right? Masford says, hello, how are you, man? Hello, hi, how are you? Don't forget to also hit the like button and the subscribe button, Massford. That's one of the requirements here. Well, not really the requirements, but you're more than welcome to. You're also, guys, you're also welcome to throw in some chats, some super chats as well. Am I an MMA fighter? I used to fight, but now I just, live a normal civilian life. So I now just do MMA streaming. Are you from Dagestan? No, I am Arabic. I am half Arabic and half Pacific Islander. But I am Muslim, so a lot of us are, a lot of us look alike because of the beard. What are your videos about? Mixed martial arts, geopolitics, street, urban content, and, bro, react to Conor McGregor's retirement. Which Pacific country? Well, the Pacific Islands, Philippines. Would the trainer Bruce Lee, man, be good in the UFC? Probably not. Only because I would, be very suspect of his striking. I'm sorry, not his striking, his grappling. No, the Philippines, but I do roll with a lot of Samoans and Tongans, hence, this. So, I know a lot of Samoans and Tongans on on the blue side of things, if you know what I mean. And for those that are from California, know exactly what I mean. How could a newbie train for a fight at home? I think it would be very difficult to ask, are you Polynesian? No, but I roll with a lot of Polynesians and yeah, or Melanesian. Yeah, I think it's classified as Micronesian. So, what part of the world are you from, Mass Ford? Very interested to see where you are. Greatest football team says, who do you think would win in your prime, Tony or Khabib? Oh, obviously Khabib. But yeah, which type of Arab are you? Egyptian, but I was born in Libya, so I'm North African by ethnicity. Bro asking brumped of questions. What did you mean by that, Israel Adesanya official?
He won. He thinks he won. Oh my god, he thinks he won. Ariel, ask him right here.
I said that there was a breaking factor.
Have you
Oh, he said, I don't know what keyboard to use. I am Kurdish, so I'm pretty close to Arab, and I live in New Zealand. All right, man. Yeah, you know what? That's what's interesting about that part of the world that you live at in New Zealand, right? There's Arabs and Tongans and Samoans roll with each other, but obviously out here in California, that's that's a bit of a different kind of mix. I'm probably, yeah, like, that's why when I tell people that I'm Arab and I hang out with Samoans and Tongans or whatever, right? Like, they would assume I'm from New Zealand, because that's obviously a very common, alliance in that part of the world. Whereas here, I think the Tongans and Samoans sort of hang out with, the African Americans. So I got a matchup coming up in 2032. Oh, is that right? Give me your best tips for MMA. Use good wrestling, train a lot of good wrestling, and also be very proficient with your striking in ways that are. Oh, okay. No, I made it up. Okay. Well, are you training in any kind of way? Let me know if you're training in any kind of way. I'm always curious to hear if we have people here that train and whatnot. Give me a secret tip. There is no secret tip. Just train hard and and hope for the best.
rewatch the fight?
Você assistiu a luta?
Eu assisti.
In the immediate aftermath.
But like, I don't know when I'll join pro MMA. Okay. Have you heard of Bohemian Grove? It's in California. Yes, I've heard of that. Alex Jones tried to infiltrate that. The richest people pray to an owl or something. Yeah, it's like a ritual. Give me something no one else knows. Give you something no one else knows. That's interesting. I'm going to have to think about that one. Nasford, I want to become an MMA fighter. I am here to fight me for a money fight. Something in MMA. What do I know something about in MMA that no one else knows? Are you talking about, like, let's say a news topic, or perhaps a technique of any kind? From what you have learned. Yes, okay. Let's see. Okay, here's one. I think that it's very underrated to train going cold plunges before training. I think that it's better to train doing a cold plunge first and then doing a training session after, because it gets your blood going. So just think about that. If you're going to train, do cold plunges first and then go train. Fidget Cade says, are there any deaths in MMA's history? Yes, Conor McGregor actually was part of one. He cornered one of his Portuguese fighters in Portugal, and he had died. But won't that make your muscles less flexible? No, I think that it will ignite your blood to, get ready for a high intense workout. So it's actually good to do it before. So I hope that's helpful. I hope that is a helpful advice that I had given you. Okay, thanks, he says. And he says, Massford says, I like hot showers. By the way, I gotta go. Hey, man, thank you for tapping in. Please don't forget to hit the like and the subscribe button. And come check me out later. I'm going to be on a live stream for the UFC's Mexico card, and I believe that's going to be in a little over 3 hours from now. So I may just stream the vertical stream that I'm doing right now for maybe just a couple more hours, and then I'm gonna jump right into the live portion of UFC Mexico. But yeah, we'll go from here, right? You know, nice little Saturday morning stream that we're doing right now, just right after I had made my fast earlier. So yeah, so let's continue on with this MMA Joey reaction to Alex Pereira's Ariel Helwani interview. And Massford says, I did. Thank you, by the way, for your subscription. And also check out my members only section as well. Bro, react to Conor's retirement. We'll get to that right after this Alex Pereira. We will, react to Conor McGregor's retirement. So please stay tuned because there's more to come.
That you had won 3 rounds to 2. Do you still feel that way?
Imagine, I don't mean to interrupt this. Ariel's about to start hyping up his takedown defense here in a second. Any educated...
Cade says, did Conor really run for president? He did, but it doesn't mean that he's going to win or that it's going to happen. And then AJ Edits here says, yes, in regards to responding to Cade.
An adult, to steal a line from Dana White, any educated adult that watched Magomed Ankalaev versus Alex Pereira and thought Alex Pereira won, you were mentally disabled, okay? Because
I agree with MMA Joey on that. I think that fight was clearly on the side of Ankalaev all the way.
It's so hard for you to see reality. If we can't agree on objective reality, there's something wrong with your brain. That you can't say, you know what, I really like Pereira, I really wanted him to win, but there's no way he won that fight. And I thought for sure Pereira was going to say, look, it was a hard-fought fight, he got his hand raised, it is what it is, but I'm going to win the rematch. This dude actually claims he won.
Logo que terminou, parece que você e seu time achou que você tinha ganhado 3 rounds a 2. Você não sente isso?
Eu sinto.
He does, and I do too.
And so you guys, just for the record, think you won 1, 3, and 5?
I wish you would have asked him what rounds instead of actually giving him the information beforehand, by the way.
A gente acha que você ganhou 1, 3 e 5? Me too.
Okay, you both agree. When you watch the fight, though, and anyone...
Notice how Ariel is framing this question, by the way. Conor, no need to fight in the UFC because he is making a lot of money from his whiskey. Well, you know what? He already sold his whiskey brand. And by the way, they dropped him from the sponsorship due to the fact that he lost that civil case against Nikita Hand. And that was said by AJ Edits. Cade here says, I agree.
Who even thinks that you won? Obviously, it was a different version of you. You weren't as active. You didn't throw as many strikes. But we saw the takedown defense. He was 0 for 12, I believe. And so, when you see yourself fighting against him in that fight, what do you see? Is it?
Oh man, the victory lap over the takedown defense is driving me nuts. Shout out to Tom Aspinall. I'm going to say shout out Tom Aspinall. We're going to see a clip from Tom Aspinall in a little bit. I don't know when I'm going to mix it in here. But there's a lot of victory laps over takedown defense. Hey, Pereira, you got, outstruck the...
Cade says, but he would have made more money if he really fought Jake Paul. Yeah, I agree with you on that one, Cade.
Entire fight, you got rocked. You damn near lost every single round. And you maybe stuffed a couple takedowns... And we're taking a victory lap now. Oh my, participation trophies for Alex Pereira. This is insane. And it's like, it's so annoying. And it's crazy that I can't believe he came out and him and his coach both thought he won that fight. His coach.
Well, AJ Edits, I don't know if I would agree with that. Jake Paul makes script matches. What I will agree with in retrospect to what you're saying is that he makes matches that are favorable to him, and therefore it seems as if they are scripted.
Isn't a man enough to say, look, man, and he says this more, we're going to see it more. He isn't man enough to say, look, I think you lost the fight. You just weren't active enough, man. You were too gun-shy. You ran away too much. All you did was throw a couple leg kicks that most of them were checked and had no impact on the fight whatsoever.
Well, Ariel Helwani is not going to say that because if he did, then Alex Pereira would never come back. And a lot of these fighters, if you look at the True Jordy and the Tyson Fury interview, I mean, he absolutely snubbed him off due to the fact that he felt like, hey, you know what, I feel disrespected because how could you ask me that I'm going to fight Chisora for the third time? DMA says, have you met any UFC fighters? Yes, I've trained with a few of them. Uriah Faber, Anthony Pettis, who else? Man, there's too many names to list. Is WWE 100% script? For sure. Bro celebrating takedowns in a fight should go into those early celebration fails videos. Yeah, man, that's a good topic at hand right there.
Crazy, and some, Pereira fanboys are going to run with this. But it gets worse. It really does. Honestly, I got like 10 minutes in. I'm like, oh, this isn't that bad. I'm probably not going to make a video on it. I just saw some clips online. It just starts getting worse. I mean, he starts taking a victory lap from a fake takedown that he got. That trip at the end of one of the rounds after the bell, when each fighter
Okay, that's what you're talking about right there, Raptors.
starts to relax because the bell went off, that didn't count and didn't matter, that he got on Ankalaev. He starts taking a victory lap off of that trip. That's his only highlight from the entire fight. And it didn't even happen in the fight. And he's posting that on Instagram. I mean, this is embarrassing. And also, if they think he clearly won this fight, and later...
DMA says the only guy that I would defeat in a UFC match is probably CM Punk. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty easy fight, isn't it?
In this interview, they're going to say, we don't have to change anything really for the rematch. I'm so confident Ankalaev is going to spark him out in the rematch. But let's carry on.
I agree with MMA Joey on that one, and I'm not just saying that because I have a beard like Uncle Liev.
Exato. Definitely was not my best performance. I was not on an on day. It was more like an off day. Like I didn't feel like, right? But still, I think comes and goes. Like I still evaluate the fight. Sometimes I watch because at the same time, these few weeks I try to stay out of it for a little bit so I can rest and absorb everything.
You look like you took a pounding in the ring more than a few times. For sure. Why, yeah, for sure. I don't know what you mean by that, Roy Munson, but yeah. Severi tells that Joe Rogan and Dana White are twins. Yeah, I've heard that too. Dana White has been mistaken for Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan has been mistaken for Dana White plenty of times before.
But I saw things that I agree, things that I don't disagree. For an example, the decision I don't disagree. I don't remember which round was the takedown, but I took him down, and then people say that didn't count. So instead of the foot sweep was a knockout, they will have disqualify out.
If to answer Raptor's question right now, what if Mighty Mouse was 6 foot? Would he be the GOAT? He would absolutely be the GOAT. Not only would he be the GOAT, but I think that he would have a better jab and would have an even more effective jab to go along with his already skill set that's already embedded in him.
So, things.
What if Rod Tang comes to the UFC? AJ Edit says it would not be the same for Alex Pereira and Israel Adesanya. Not the same at all. He would not have a good takedown defense, and he would get mauled on the ground. DMA says he'd be the Michael Jordan of MMA. You think so? Oh, you're talking about Mighty Mouse or Rod Tang? Let me know what you mean by that.
Is there agree and don't disagree, but
dude's crying about a foot sweep not counting because you did it after the bell. It doesn't count. The horn went off. Ankalaev let his guard down. Boom, foot sweep. How are you going to act like that counts? Taking a victory lap, posting your only highlight. I'll issue the challenge right here. I've issued the challenge on Twitter to Pereira fanboys over and over, probably twice really since the fight at UFC 313. Send me a 10-second highlight reel of Pereira at UFC 313. It does not exist. It does not exist. But let's jump ahead. We got more because he's asked about the greasing allegations. So let's jump ahead to the greasing allegations.
Okay. I absolutely didn't put nothing in my body. The way that his coach is putting on this sounds for me that he's trying to make an excuse, looking for an excuse to justify the fact that he trained a guy to take me down, but the guy got stuffed 12 of his takedown attempts. It's almost like you're in a company, you mess up, and you don't do what you're supposed to do, and then you're trying to make excuses to justify that.
Ankalaev?
Yeah, AJ Edit says Pereira didn't use his left hook on Ankalaev UFC. Yeah, he definitely didn't.
And dominated him. You could make an argument 5-0 Ankalaev. I said 4-1 Ankalaev. Very clear 4-1. Unless you're judging off commentary. That's what I would like to know. They're saying 1, 3, and 5 for Pereira. 1, you can give Pereira. 3, absolutely not. 5, you must be judging it off a phantom head kick. Ankalaev dominated him. And they're like, oh, yeah, their team is making excuses. Meanwhile, you're talking about injuries. You're talking about traveling. You're talking about this. You're talking about that. I had an off day. I got a foot sweep that didn't count. But he's making excuses for not taking you down. And by the way, Ankalaev never tried to take him down 12 times. That is the biggest bullshit narrative I have ever heard in my entire life. And I said it live. You can watch my stream. Call this live. It's not like this is some narrative I came up with after the fact. Ankalaev really only attempted like 1 or 2 takedowns. I think it was in the 5th round. The other takedowns were just to mix in the clinch work and to get Pereira thinking about that so he could land on the feet. He never actually tried takedowns until the 5th round. And we're going to get to Tom Aspinall breaking down the fight in a little bit. We're going to get to that because I've been wanting to put this clip somewhere in a video. We're going to get to that in a second. But let's listen to the rest of this because I think he starts making more excuses here.
Absolutely not put nothing in my body.
Does that piss you off? Sorry.
Perguntar pra ele, pro treinador dele, se eu passei vaselina na lona do octógono, que a queda que ele levou ali, acho que foi isso, né?
You also got to ask his coach if we put oil, put Vaseline on the mats too, because that's why Ankalaev fell on his back. He got taken down like that.
Wow. No, it's not. Okay. Look at this.
Okay, so Pereira didn't use his left hook. James Maid says, if he does, Ankalaev would use his wrestling skills. I think there comes a point where he does use it, but he's so comfortable and so proficient in striking that he just feels comfortable using it. Raptors asks, what was your opinion on Kimbo Slice before the UFC and after? Do you watch any street fighting videos? I watch a lot of street fighting videos, yes. I love those videos, not the leaked, but when they're beef and they settle it with gloves. Oh, okay, street beefs, yes. I think that's a good platform. I think it's another way of, seeing a different type of fights. I remember back in the days, I think somewhere in the mid-2000s, there was this thing called felony fights, right? They would have like these essays, random Peckerwood, white supremacist Nazi-looking dudes fight each other. It was great. AJ Edit says, no, bro, no one survived his left hook, for sure. For sure. I mean, Alex hits you with that, it's over.
Look at this little smirk. Dude, they're taking a victory. Imagine getting dominated 4-1. And you're taking victory in a trip after the bell. We put oil on the ground too. But anyway, he says he wasn't greased. Next clip we're going to get to. I mean, again, this was just an aerial rim job the entire interview. Ariel starts hyping up the takedown defense again, and then I think we're going to get to the clip of Tom Aspinall.
Always do everything by the book, and that's why everything works so good in my career.
I know the fight didn't go your way, you didn't get the decision, but the fact that you stuck all of his takedowns when everyone thought he'd be able to take you down so so easily, was that a point of pride for you? Are you at least, happy is a weird word, but do you take pride in the fact that you did what everyone didn't think you could do?
Only Ariel could try to spin this into some type of victory.
Also, sorry, bro, what was your opinion on Kimbo? My dad met him in Florida. Okay, so here's the thing about Kimbo, right? I think that he's a tough dude. Obviously, he had an athletic background. He was a football player, but was very limited. I think he's one of those guys that came into MMA very late, but did what he could to catch up. And obviously, we saw the ceiling that we were able to see out of him in a Matt Mitrione fight in the Ultimate Fighter series, and ultimately his last few his last few UFC fights, and all the way up till the end of his life. So yeah, he was very limited, but he did what he could. He was a street dude that was tough, but was very limited in his skills. So, but Jorge Masvidal, on the other hand, he was the quintessential evolution of that street fighting world, right? He obviously honed his skills down. He trained with the right team, trained with the right people to get him to the level where he's at. Do you like this song called "Smooth Operator" by Sade? Yeah, that's a very good song. That's a very good song. A random thing to bring up, but yeah, very good song. I appreciate a good music here and there.
For Pereira. Again, I just broke down my thoughts on the takedowns. Let's listen to Tom Aspinall's thoughts on him. Let's listen to Tom Aspinall's thoughts on the fight in general. We're going to listen to about a little less than a minute of Tom Aspinall breaking down the fight, and he specifically discusses the takedowns. Listen to this.
I think that Ankalaev just had him guessing a lot with, I think, Pereira's level on the ground. I don't know what level he's at, but I think he's still a bit wary of getting taken down. He definitely defended the takedowns well, but me with an educated eye watching it, I don't think Ankalaev was really trying to take him down that much. I think he definitely tried a couple of times.
Hold on, Tom. Can you say that again? Hold on, Tom. Can you say that again?
I don't think Ankalaev was really trying to take him down that much. I think he definitely tried a couple of times. I think he did 10 or 11 takedown attempts, but I would say only 2 or 3 of them he went full blast. I think the rest...
Only 2 or 3 of them he went full blast. I say it was 1 or 2. But either way, you want to say 3? Ankalaev didn't need to rely on the...
Hearing saws is haram, bro. You know what? Here's the thing, right? I like music. I like all types of music, but you're right. But I also like Islamic nasheeds as well, to kind of put that in perspective, right? Islamic nasheeds aren't haram, but for me, it's West Coast rap, heavy metal, and Islamic nasheeds. And obviously, the latter is not haram.
Grappling, because he was whooping Pereira on the feet, and that's what he wanted to do. He talked about it in the lead up to the fight. I mean, it's crazy that people don't get this.
It's the time he was trying to tire him out with the grappling, standing, like the cage grappling stuff. So I think Ankalaev had the perfect game plan. He didn't overcommit, tired him out. I can't believe people watched that fight and thought that Pereira won.
Imagine watching that fight and thinking Pereira won.
Well, there you have it, right? There's the opinion from the champ himself, right? Arguably the best heavyweight right now, and he says that he doesn't think that he won that fight. And I think that for logical-minded people, they see the same things that we saw out of that fight.
I mean, but then again...
By the way, after this video, keep in mind, we are going to react to Conor McGregor's alleged retirement, and we're going to find out if that's true or not and get to the bottom of it. DMA says, I hope John Jones would challenge Ankalaev. Well, out of their radar... But if the next fights that we're probably going to see is Tom Aspinall and John Jones, although, here's what I will say, DMA. Suppose that John Jones and the Tom Aspinall fight is happening, right? Let's say John Jones or Tom Aspinall falls off, or in this case, Tom Aspinall has an injury. He really can't fight. They're going to call Ankalaev, hey, Ankalaev. You're in town, you're in Vegas, you're here, and we know you can make heavyweight, right? You're not over 265 pounds. Come over here and fight John Jones for the title, and then you could walk out as the double champion. That's the only way that fight would happen. Bro, then what would Tom Aspinall do? He is going to wait until he is running into Gramps. Okay, when he gets old. Yes, John Jones asked for 6 months training camp. DMA says for the Tom Aspinall fight. Yeah, I think to stall him out, either to try and create a negotiation leverage, or maybe perhaps just for the reasons of preparation, or maybe trying to wait till Tom Aspinall ages, right? Floyd Mayweather has done that to plenty of opponents before, so...
Yeah, this is me watching with an educated eye like Tom Aspinall.
It was just wild to me that how many uneducated fans were out there. And how many uneducated fans thought it was a boring fight as well. I thought it was an amazing fight. Both guys did good. And I think that Ankalaev was just a lot better than him on the night.
There you go. I mean,
I agree with Tom Aspinall's assessment on those fights.
Speaking nothing but facts. I could listen to this part over and over and over again. Let's listen to it one more time.
Let him out. I can't believe people watched that fight and thought that Pereira won. It was just wild to me that how many uneducated fans were out there. And how many uneducated fans thought it was a boring fight as well. I thought it was an amazing fight. Both guys did good.
He's active in the exhibition circuits, and I'm glad that you asked that, Raptors, because there are rumors of Floyd possibly coming back to fight Kambosos. So, yeah, Jay Edit says yes. Cade says, would that be the fight of the century between Jones and Aspinall? Whoa, yeah. That's like Ali versus Frazier 1 level, right? You know what I mean? Like the first fight in Madison Square Garden between them, like that. It's on that type of magnitude. Yeah, probably the biggest fight. I would not be surprised if that fight surpasses Conor and Khabib. But in order to do that, man, you'd have to have dollies being thrown or some sort of serious violent implications outside of the cage to create that kind of magnitude. But yeah, it would be right up there.
I think that Ankalaev was just a lot better than him on the night.
Yep, that's facts. A lot better than him. Mixed in the grappling just to set up the striking, because this sport is called MMA, not kickboxing. And yeah.
AJ Edits asks, will it be like Rocky versus Ivan Drago? Oh, yes. Yes, it would be on that type of magnitude for sure. For sure, it would be like that.
I can't believe how many uneducated fans there are in the sport as well, Tom Aspinall. But that's me watching with an educated eye. Let's jump ahead. We're going to hear him cope about round 2 where he got brutally rocked and saved by...
Manny Pac versus Conor since Floyd fought Conor. Yeah, they were trying to work on that. Now, remember, before the Dustin Poirier rematch, Conor McGregor was in talks with Manny Pacquiao's team. And by the way, they are managed by the same guy in LA by the name of El-Kheer. So for those of you that understand sports management on that side of the fence, El-Kheer is a sports agent in LA, the owner of Paradigm Sports, who now manages not only Conor McGregor, but also Manny Pacquiao as well. James Maid says, do you think Patty would challenge Ilya? Oh, man, listen, they got a storyline behind what they got going on, and Patty would love that fight, especially now that Ilya surpassed him as a bigger superstar. R.I.P. Conor. Now Conor is fully dehydrated and unhealthy. Yeah, man. Really. And by the way, AJ Edits, don't forget that I forgot about you and the Conor McGregor reactment. We're going to react to that retirement for sure.
By the bell. He would have gotten finished if it wasn't for the bell saving him. But according to Pereira, he wasn't hurt at all.
Essa tava longe disso.
I was far beyond to be knocked down. The hand got in, yes, but was not even close to be something that I had needed time to recover, extra round, anything like that. I was just fine.
He was just fine. He wasn't rocked.
James Maids asks, is there a confirmation of Conor's retiring? We're going to get to the bottom of that in 15 minutes right after we finish this video and get some jewels out of this thing. Yeah. AJ Edit says, ooh, yes. Yes. Okay, he says yes. Okay, and then we're going to find out if that's real or not. I mean, I believe AJ. I don't think that he would lie on that regard, but we are absolutely going to react to it and give the best take possible to that particular story.
But he wasn't rocked at all. I disagree. I guess only he truly knows, and he doesn't even really know because he was dazed at that point in time. So it is what it is. But the ultimate cope, we're going to jump ahead. Ariel actually asked a decent question. Oh, why didn't you throw more? Why didn't you throw more? And Pereira says, oh, it was because of takedowns.
Foi uma boa luta.
No, a few things, of course, like to adapt, because you know what I mean. I'm a guy that I want to stand up with this guy, and this guy tried to take me down.
When was even the first shot? Third round? I think Ankalaev didn't even mix in the grappling until the third round. And this guy,
and with good reason, right? Because as I was telling you guys, Ankalaev has really underrated striking. He really believes in his striking. I mean, look at the front kick knockouts that he's had in one of his highlight reels. The guy knows how to strike. Now, is wrestling is in his back pocket? Of course, he's a Dagestani, but he loves to strike. And there are just these new age Dagestanis right now that would prefer striking. Obviously, Zabit comes to mind. Sharaputin comes to mind. Even Usman Nurmagomedov comes to mind. I mean, he's got great side kicks, man. The side kicks that he throws to the body and the way that he, keeps you at bay with that, it's beautiful.
Guys complaining, yeah, I backed up the entire fight, ran like a Sean Strickland game plan. But it was because of the grappling. Okay.
It creates an awareness, and you gotta fight on a different distance to adapt. So, thing that I had to adapt, that was not too on point, but I still think that was a good fight.
Do you think in retrospect?
Still a good fight. Not for you. You ran the entire fight. You pulled a Sean Strickland DDP too. Next clip we're going to take a look at. Ariel just being annoying again, man. I hate to keep making the focus about this video on Ariel, but Ariel's coping as much as Pereira is, if not more. Ariel's coping more. Let me reframe that.
Raptor says LeBron James. Let's get to James first. James, I'm not happy that Pereira lost the fight, but at least John wouldn't be able to find another excuse to avoid fighting with Tom. Okay, shots fired on that one. Raptors, LeBron James, if as a kid trained MMA with the mindset and conditioning, do you think he would be the best over John Jones? LeBron is 6'9", 260, but his mindset and conditioning is the best in the business. I get this question a lot when it comes to athletes. Let me just say this. Look at Greg Hardy, right? Former NFL football player. How did that work out? There was a ceiling. You look at Matt Mitrione. How did that work out? There was a ceiling. The list goes on. Brandon Schaub. Okay, he played for a football team. Obviously, not on the level of Tom Brady or Junior Seau or anything like that, but he played, and there's a ceiling. I think that there is a ceiling for LeBron James. Now, could he damage and beat up a whole lot of people? Yes. But a GOAT in the sport, the way that he is in basketball, I don't know if it works like that. AJ Edit says The Rock versus John Jones. James Edit just said, James Made said something and he redacted. Let me know what you were going to say. Raptor says, true. I guess he would never know his, we would never know his ceiling. Yeah, just remember, people hype up professional athletes and say, oh, well, you know, they would do good in this sport or this and that. Fighting is more than just athletic ability. There's also the mental aspect of it. I know LeBron James is very strong in his mind, but you got to ask yourself, are you strong in your mind when it comes to combat sports? Because that's a completely different strength of the mind. Boxing, Muhammad Ali, NBA, Michael Jordan. Who do you think is the GOAT of MMA? John Jones. John Jones. I think that particular assessment by Dana White isn't wrong. Knockout says Queen James doesn't have a strong mind. He would cry entering the ring. I mean, I can't disagree with you on that, Knockout, right? This is exactly what I mean. There are situations where that would be problematic for somebody if they were to face a certain amount of adversity in there. But again, you never know, right? We're just, having hypothetical conversations to something that is not a reality, but fun nonetheless. Knockout says Queen James has helped make the NBA soft as F.
Ariel's coping more because he's so devastated that Ankalaev beat his boy Pereira. It's embarrassing.
Cool channel, bro. Thank you so much, Knockout. I really appreciate that. And also, don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. I believe we are now up to 709 subscribers. So maybe you could be my 710. And then how about this? 711 subscribers coming up soon. So a little interesting number. Do you like soccer or football? I do. I like... I don't follow all of it, but I am a supporter of Manchester City. I am a supporter of Manchester City. So, I like that they have blue. So, blue is my favorite color if you can't tell. So, congrats on the subs. Thank you, my man. And hopefully more to come, inshallah. And we got more because I'm going to be live streaming right here. And then right after this live stream, I'm going to go right and jump into a new live stream for the UFC Mexico. And that's going to be probably on audio form. Brutal Edits 2007 says, do you like cars? Sure. I got a few videos on this channel where I go to lowrider shows. So if you're interested in that, there's a lot of lowrider shows that I try to film up here in Sacramento. So hopefully, yeah, you can see that. Tank Raptor says, AJ Edit says, bye, bro. It's night, 10:40. I am going to sleep. I'll see the vid tomorrow. For sure. For sure. Come check out the vid tomorrow because I will react to your request on the Conor McGregor portion of this live stream. I'm definitely going to do that before we get to the UFC Mexico reaction video or the reaction stream. So what about the NFL, Cade? Well, I will tell you what, I'm a casual at the NFL. I'll watch the Super Bowl. I went to a high school with a former Super Bowl champion by the name of Darnell Stapleton. He played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. In fact, we were neighbors when I lived in Union, New Jersey. So a little interesting fact right there. I would call him Queen to his face. Knockout says, oh, you mean LeBron James. Okay. Name a car for an edit. How about a 6'4" Cadillac? You know, the ones that, you know, for like, you know, lowriders and whatnot. Raptor says, would be your name Knockout. Yeah, okay, yeah, he's talking to Knockout. AJ Edit says, Conor retirement is soaking in the bare knuckle press conference, bro. Okay, oh, he's speaking it on the press. Okay, so thank you for that information. So yes, I will use that as a reference point. Thank you so much, AJ Edits. I wish you could stay longer, but of course, you know, we all have our own obligations and whatnot. So thank you for joining the stream. Oh, super sports car. What would I like for a super sports car? Bugatti. You know, so a random thing to put in mind. Kate asks, give us your thoughts on Power Slap. So I had A1 the rapper, a Bay Area rapper who I'm good friends with, a fellow Muslim brother of mine. Check it out, by the way. It's on the video section. It's under the title, Devin Haney Pulls Up in London, because obviously his uncle, who was present in the video, A1's uncle, is friends with Devin Haney's dad. So they're all Bay Area guys, right? They all are from the same, you know, from the same area. So he talks about Power Slap there. He showed me a video of one of his homies who is a Power Slap fighter. So I do talk about that there, and I mentioned something along the lines where it's a very brutal sport because you're not really defending yourself per se. You're just out there taking shots, you know, and hoping for the best. So Brutal Edit says full form of BMW. Okay, so Knockout says his big bodyguard would knock me out. Puss hides behind other men. Okay, so he's talking about LeBron James. Yeah, LeBron James definitely has a bodyguard team with him, along with the likes of 50 Cent. He's got like Navy SEAL guys that watch him and things of that nature. So, all right, so let's move on with the Alex Pereira interview.
Embarrassing. Listen to this question here. Listen to this question. And the answer, this is where I knew, I'm like, okay, I have to make this video.
Okay.
Do I think MMA fighters would dominate? It would depend on their chin. It would definitely depend on their chin, Cade. Raptor says, bro, LeBron is 6'9", 260. You must not know how size matters. Well, yeah, I mean, that is a factor, right? Size matters up until there is skills involved. Brutal Edit says, BMW, a Bay Rich, motorin' worky. Okay. Little car conversation
in the immediate
there.
aftermath, in the cage, you said something to the effect of, you know, like the judges are awarding him for stalling, for pressing me up against the cage. Do you think this is a problem in judging, that they're kind of getting it wrong, that they're not seeing or awarding the right tactics in a fight?
So there's the question. Now I'm going to skip ahead to the answer so you don't have to listen to all the translation here. And the answer is worse than the framing of the question. He complains about the judges and guys stalling on the fence, basically saying Magomed Ankalaev should have had points deducted. Not flat out saying it, but kind of alluding to that.
Say fit you.
Well, because these guys go and put people on the fence, but they don't stay active, they don't cause damage, they don't hurt. And I think something that not even the organization likes, you know what I mean, becomes boring. So I think it's something that should be evaluated and start taking points on the way that when the guy puts somebody against the cage, he gotta make damage. Otherwise,
Yeah, well, he was whooping you on the feet. You wouldn't dare step to those waters. I mean, it's just crazy. There's a couple more clips we got to get.
Greatest football team asks, is Keith Thurman a good boxer? I would say so. He's a very good boxer. But is he in his prime right now? Well, that remains to be seen. But I also think he can have the potential to be a dark horse, beating any random 147 welterweight out there. But yeah, Raptor says, yeah, I'm not saying LeBron right now is taking on John Jones, but average guy, even above average, your punch will not affect him. Very true, very true. It would be unless you're highly trained and you have some special God gift powers, yeah, it would be very hard to knock out LeBron James. By the way, how about that LeBron Stephen A. Smith confrontation, huh? He said that, yeah, he would have slapped LeBron if he got closer, and man, that's crazy work from Stephen A. Smith saying that.
Get to, it's just crazy. Yeah, man, there should be, the organization doesn't even like it. Mixing clinch work into mixed martial arts.
Yeah, that's weird, saying that they don't like clinching or this and that. I mean, it's mixed martial arts, right? Why do you complain about something that is part of that sport? Greatest football team says, could Floyd knock out LeBron? No, I don't think he can. When you say greatest football team as your screen name, what is your favorite team, or what do you consider as the greatest football team? I'm just really curious about your screen name, by the way. Just you know, a little side question on that.
Why aren't we kickbox? Go back to glory. Sorry you got protected for years from the uncrowned champ, Magomed El-Kheer. Next clip we're going to take a look at. His coach talks about when does he want to see Pereira return. And
yeah, Raptor says, yeah, Stephen A. Smith, have you seen his sparring videos? His punches take 5 to 12. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's crazy work that he would threaten LeBron like that, or even insinuate that he would, you know, fight him in that degree, right?
And I forgot exactly what I wanted to highlight in this clip. And for some reason, I don't have it. But let's listen.
Oh, I want him to have a break like he's having right now.
Yeah.
Right? The guy fought 4 times in 1 year. But I don't want to let it sit 1 year, 2 years, 6 months. Alex lost in the eyes of the judges, and he was on an off day, right? Some people sometimes can go to work and build their best day. Sometimes you're not. But it's not that he got to reinvent the wheel. Alex is ready. He was a champ, and he's ready to become the champion again tomorrow.
So that's why I wanted to highlight it. He thinks basically no adjustments. We don't got to reinvent the wheel. He can be champion.
Okay, Dallas Cowboys, greatest football team says, okay, thanks for that confirmation. So are you from Dallas, or do you just like the team? I know they're a very legendary team. I got some friends in the East Coast that are Giants fans, and they are obviously not very fond of Dallas Cowboys fans, as you would imagine.
Champion tomorrow. He only lost in the eyes of the judges, or he lost in the eyes of the judges, I think is the exact way he said it. Man, I'm telling you right now, Pereira's getting slumped by El-Kheer in a rematch. El-Kheer is the better striker. El-Kheer is faster. El-Kheer has better reflexes. And Pereira's going to go into
Those are all facts by MMA Joey.
a rematch with less confidence. I'm telling you that right now. Next clip we're going to get to is basically him saying they don't want to change anything again. I mean, how is he going to win a fight when he doesn't want to change anything?
Nada. The way that...
Oh, and by the way, I think the...
Raptor says, Khabib wrestles bears. I think he would handle Braun's strength even at his size. I agree. Knockout says, Queen James taught Stephen A. how to spar. He taught him how to spar? Is that right? Okay, that's interesting.
Coach here says, reiterates that he thought Pereira won. And you guys...
Cowboys to XFL this year, only way back to relevancy. Wow, okay, Knockout is... giving a shot at greatest football team. So it looks like we're going to have some football debates on the chat here.
Aren't going to believe this, and I forgot this. I have notes here because there's so many clips I want to look at. We got like 3 more after this. He starts referencing the stats, the unreliable stats.
Raptor says, no, he didn't. That's cap. Laughing emojis. Okay.
He was ready for the fight. There's nothing that we really got to change.
Okay.
Besides tactics, of course.
I mean, imagine that. I'm being dead serious, okay? So let's actually rewind this again.
Raptor says LeBron has never even talked to Stephen A. Smith in person. Well, they did. If you don't count the confrontation during the Knicks game, from what I understand. Knockout says it's a wrap. Queen James is not your friend. Oh, man.
Let's rewind this really quick.
CB3 writes Bible verses, John 3:16, 1:14, and yeah, man, you gotta shout outs to the Christians. They are definitely not shy in sharing their faith, and you know what? Nothing wrong with that. As a Muslim, we are the same. And by the way, Ramadan Mubarak to all the Muslims out there, and also Eid. Eid is only a couple of days away. Today we find out whether Eid is tomorrow or the next day. We can't wait to see. Raptor says, "Oh well, yeah, but that was not press, that a friendly spar and talk." Okay. Knockout says there's a video of them talking. Yeah, that's exactly what I was referencing right there.
If you are a Pereira fan and you believe that he lost pretty cleanly to Ankalaev, you're living in reality, you're a big Pereira fan, and you hear this out of his own coach's mouth, does this give you confidence that Pereira can win a rematch? I'm genuinely curious. If you're a Pereira fan who accepts reality, accepts that he lost, and you hear this from his coach, does that make you confident going into a rematch? Let's listen to it again.
Bom, it was off their word.
Do jeito que eu fiz ali, cara, eu não tenho que mudar nada.
The way that he was ready for the fight, there's nothing that we really gotta change.
Okay.
Besides tactics, of course.
When you watch the fight,
I mean, I guess that's maybe coming.
Knockout says it's a wrap. Sarcasm goes right over your head. You definitely jock Queen James's NUTS. Oh,
From
man.
Pereira, I don't know if he was speaking a little bit for himself. He kind of fluctuated in and out of that. But either way, you're hearing that from Pereira. You're hearing that from his coach. Are you guys confident in a rematch? Because I certainly wouldn't be.
what do you think? Are you frustrated?
I got me frustrated because honestly, when me and Glover got up on that 5th round, you gotta understand one thing. When you watch a fight, cage side, and no commentators talking about the fight, because sometimes the comments can lead you to,
Sure.
you know what I mean? Some guys go towards more the grappling, some guys go towards more, so they can lead your opinion sometime. For what I saw, 5 feet from my eyesight, Alex won 3 rounds.
All right, Stevie Wonder.
Hey, that's cold work. He called him Stevie Wonder. Raptor says, bro, I'm not glazing Braun. I'm just stating facts. He didn't spar, whatever, bro. Do not redeem, sir, Brandon King says. Shout out to Brandon King for joining the chat.
If you sat cage side and you thought Pereira won that fight, you have the eyesight of Stevie Wonder. I mean, that is insane. I saw it with my own eyes. Yeah, that head kick that didn't land in the 5th round. Oh, my God. And then he references stats. I can't believe I forgot to continue playing this clip because I replayed it. I think the statistics, even for significant strikes in the 3rd round, was Alex. So if it was no real takedowns on that round, how come they can score to that guy? But I don't want to go back and forth on this because we cannot cry over spilled milk, right? Now let's move on and just get this guy in front of Ankalaev again.
James Maids asks, Khamzat or DDP? I'm going to go with Khamzat. I believe I did a breakdown on that. You would probably see it on the video section of my channel.
And let him finish the job that he started.
He didn't start. He ran the entire fight. He did not start. But when your coach is saying, yeah, it was pretty clear win for Pereira. And look at the significant strikes, man. This guy's not living in reality. I mean, this is the ultimate cope, and they're telling this to him. I tell him, look, you got your ass whooped. You didn't fight. You ran the entire fight. Trust your left hook. Trust your chin. We got to get out there. We got to do better next time. We got to actually win next time. But it's that, man, you won already. The judges fucked you. Can't believe it. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Jumping ahead now. He starts to talk about how controversial the decision was. Let's listen.
Not on the moments, because everything was happening so fast.
Oh, by the way, Pereira's answer was kind of off here. Ariel asked, how do you feel about Magomed having the belt? And I guess Pereira took it as like in the immediate aftermath, but just says how controversial it was and that it should have been a draw. So he thought that he won, but now it's a draw. But also he alludes to in this clip that to be the champ, you got to beat the champ. As in, you got to take it, you got to finish the champ. Well, it was a very clean win for Ankalaev. To the people living in reality, at least.
Bolera saw everything, then I reflect, because of fights that people say that he won, people say that he lost, people say that I win, like very contested, right? But when a fight is contested, I'm not saying that he got to go over there and kill the champ, but was very close to both.
It was not close. I can't believe this guy's saying it was close. This actually aggravates me. You thought that was close? It was mildly competitive. It was not close.
Ways, why didn't give it a draw and a left to the bit?
Cade says, have you heard of that guy, Kamzumarat Gazilov? Do you think he has a chance to defeat Jones? I got to look him up. I don't want to give an answer that I don't necessarily know, but that is interesting, right? And again, what about the pipeline of the Dagestanis and the Chechnyans just coming up far beyond Ankalaev, far beyond Islam and Khabib? I mean, they have a bright future in the tunnel system that they have going on when it comes to the talent that they're pushing up.
Why didn't they give it a draw and I could have left with the belt? Harris like, maybe, please don't. Hold on. I don't know for sure. I'm just guessing. Please say wow. Please say wow.
A draw. Interesting. So
All right, he didn't say wow. All right, Ariel knew that was horseshit. Interesting. That's crazy. Dude, that's crazy. Next clip. He actually starts to imply that Ankalaev might try to duck him. He actually starts to imply. He's asked about Yuri and Ankalaev's back and forth. He starts to imply.
Hold up. Colostrum says Pfeiffer is out. Oh, man, that's breaking news right there. We'll find out if that's confirmed in 5 minutes. And after 5 minutes, we will also confirm if Conor McGregor actually announces retirement. And we're going to react to the audio of him in the BKFC press conference. Cade here says, Duckfid Cade, okay, reacted his statement. Okay, let's continue on here.
That Ankalaev may try to duck him for Yuri.
Não desviar ali pra não enfrentar novamente.
The only thing that I can see, this is they deviating to not fight me again because honestly, Gene is a respectful guy that don't talk bad about nobody. So I don't know if they like, because he's the closest one for the belt, he's already digging something to not fight me again.
do you think he is trying to not fight him again?
Você acha que tá tentando não lutar com você de novo?
Eu acho que ele, falando isso, acho que sim.
Well, now they say this, baby, yes.
Like,
Now he said this, yes. I'm telling you right now, if Ankalaev does not fight Pereira next, it's because of Pereira. And it would not shock me. Now, from the takes that I got from this interview, it seems like they want the fight. They want it in August. They're okay with an August date.
Cade says, I would say Bilal is the best fighter ever in the UFC right now. Well, hard to argue with that, right? Wrestling wins fights, and he definitely uses that to his advantage. And we will see how far he goes into his championship run right now. So,
But you never know. You never know what reality is. Ankalaev, and I actually wish I had his tweets up. Let me see if I can pull his tweets up real quick. He's tweeted out a couple different things about the fight happening. Let me see if I can put this over here now. Yeah, so there you go. We have Magomed Ankalaev's tweets. I only trained 4 weeks for my last fight. The UFC know this. This was his best chance.
thoughts on, Raptor says, thoughts on the old UFC when weight classes weren't restricted. Okay, when you mean there was an open weight, well, obviously it was a bit of a different world. It obviously sends a sense of realism into what real fighting is. Obviously, there's no weight classes in the streets. There's no gloves or commissions or anything like that. But at the same time, it really made it hard for fighting to be mainstream. Now, MMA, there is a commercial sporting aspect behind it, something that you can market, something that you can sell, something that can be aesthetically pleasing to the eyes of people that are easily fooled by marketing, right? So Cade says, do you think Merab is a boring fighter? No, I don't think any fighter is boring at all, only because, you know what, I'm a hardcore fan and I appreciate the skills that are involved, whether that would have the use of striking to put your opponent down or the use of grappling to control them for as long as you need. So,
Ankalaev probably had injuries going in. They forced Ankalaev to fight during Ramadan because they wanted to give Pereira the optimal circumstances to beat.
And let's not forget that, right? That statement right there. They wanted to give Ankalaev a shot of the title in Ramadan just so they can give Alex Pereira the best possible scenario to win. I mean, those are facts right there. Facts on facts that you can't ignore.
Ankalaev. They were rooting for Ankalaev. He upset I hold him against the cage, but he's not upset when I almost knocked him out. Nobody in the world I think he meant thinks here, not think. Thank you, one. Next fight will be KO under 3 rounds. I agree. It will be. Let's see what else he said. Joe Rogan mentioned his team said that Alex fought with a broken hand and norovirus. When fighters step in the cage, nobody's 100%. I was offered a rematch with him in August, and I said yes. But if he is not ready, I will fight whoever is next. It doesn't matter. Listen, I got to be honest. From what I'm hearing from Pereira in this interview, he's demanding Brazil. Pereira is demanding Brazil. He will only fight in Brazil. And he's so
Oh, man. Listen, is he really in a position to say that they want to fight in Brazil and they're going to make it happen? Yeah, he is. He is. He earned that. He earned that. Is it fair? No. But will Ankalaev oblige? Yes. Will the Brazilians cause a riot after Ankalaev sleeps him? Absolutely. So why not? Let's go to Brazil for just that reason alone. James Maid says, do you think there's a chance for Khalil to win against Pereira at the time they fought? They did fight. There was no chance of him winning, and he did rock him, right? So if that's what you're referring to, then for sure, there was a chance in that moment of time.
Active and boring. I just don't know if I want to see the Pereira rematch. I mean, he's demanding Brazil. He also demanded it for the rematch to be during Ramadan. He's inactive and boring. I mean, do you guys really want to see Pereira get the rematch? I certainly don't. I would rather see Ankalaev fight whoever's ranked number 8 right now. I believe it's Nikita Krylov. I think Ankalaev can become the go to the division by beating up the number 8 guy in the division, potentially.
You know what? Nikita Krylov would be a good fight. Imagine this. Russia versus Ukraine at a championship fight. Nothing more to be said about that. Imagine that. Look, I'm going to say this with a big silence afterwards, and you let me know how you feel. Russia versus Ukraine for the light heavyweight championship of the world. Let that sink in.
Going to war with him, losing the first 2 rounds, and then maybe pulling it out late. I think that would be a better matchup for the fans. Now, obviously, that is all sarcasm. Every single one. I've been tweeting stuff out like this recently, and people have been getting so upset. That is all the fake narratives that people used against Ankalaev. He demanded Abu Dhabi. Simply not true. Okay? Simply not true. Was never true. He turned down.
That's what I'm saying, Raptors. Raptors said I would watch that fight, Nikita Krylov and Ankalaev. Not only for the hardcore fan side, but man, on the casual side of things, you can absolutely sell that. Imagine if Zelensky, or the president of Ukraine, walks out with Nikita Krylov. Zelensky walking out with Nikita Krylov. Vladimir Putin and Ramzan Kadyrov walking out with Ankalaev. The whole world. Al Jazeera English, ABC, BBC, all these other channels, they would absolutely watch that. Toxic Gameplays asked, how old are you, my man? I'm 39, going into 40 in a couple of months. Cade says, how about a fight where Ronaldo and Messi are in the octagon? That's a good one. That's a good one. I mean, they're both still in shape. Ronaldo is definitely in excellent shape, right? He's the same age as me, so, I'm still in excellent shape. You guys seen my training videos. But yeah, Hunter says, hi, I'm back. Nay says, are you a flat earther? No, I'm not. Still, you have your hairline at 39. You are lucky. A lot of dudes have a toilet lid hairline at your age. Yeah, man. Yeah, and I try to stay in shape. I try to, live a healthy lifestyle. I think that's all that you can really ask of a man to, continue, having, having a healthy lifestyle, I suppose, is helpful. But I think hair loss is hereditary to a certain degree. So, yeah.
On the fight. You know what? Pereira already turned down the fight, too. Okay, let's throw that in there. It's all the narratives people spun against Ankalaev. By the way, we'll throw this in here, too. Guess who?
Toxic Gameplay says, that is prime advice. Yeah. Oh, okay. So here's even more top advice, prime advice for toxic gameplays. Do a lot of explosives and sprints, a lot of fast twitch motion workouts. That's why I do a lot of box jumps. That helps out a lot. Being fast, being youthful. You know, I try to do some sprints here and there. I swim a lot, lift heavy weights. So that's what it is, you know, lifting heavy weights, doing explosives, and then, you know, obviously I get my cardio in with martial arts training. So yeah, I think that helps, you know, along the way.
Follows me on
And by the way, guys, stay tuned. In about a couple of minutes from now, less than 2 minutes, we're going to react to Conor McGregor and the possible retirement and looking back at his career trajectory all the way up until now.
Twitter, boys. Big Ank follows me on Twitter. All right, that's why I like these tweets right here. I don't normally like tweets like this. Let's see if there was anything else. I don't remember if there was anything else. Alex, different level than all these guys.
Nay says, does eating preservatives help? Depends on how your body reacts to it. But eating natural as much as you can helps. Also, eating a lot of eggs, I found, you know, really helps with your testosterone levels and your energy levels. So, yeah, invest in that. That's why eggs are so expensive nowadays, just based on that alone, maybe. And obviously, there's all these other, you know, factors such as bird flu that comes into play. But yeah, man, it's eggs is what it is. Have you tried Prime hydration? I think I've tried Prime before. Yeah, I've tried Prime before. It's not bad at all. You know, but shout out to Logan Paul and KSI for getting their hustle on in that regard.
Tweet about Johnny Bones Jones. Johnny Chicken Bones don't want to fight Big Tom. Come back to light heavyweight and fight Big Ank. Stop running. I see all my children in London having fun, but I'm back in the gym already. See you soon, boys. August, but please no Vaseline.
Let's see. A Toxic Play here says, I had the flu or COVID 2 weeks ago. Wow. Okay, they still have that going on, huh? Wish I had this advice then. Yeah, man. Well, I don't know if that would have prevented your COVID. And, you know, till this time, I'm very surprised that, you know, people still get it. I know that's still a thing, but yeah, man. You know, I hope and pray for your recovery, my brother. And I hope that you, you know, remain intact with your health right after that, inshallah.
Pause, massive pause. I have a date and I've accepted already. I hope my opponent will accept too. This time there will be no 5 rounds.
Yeah, COVID is so weak now, it only lasts for 2 days. Yeah, that's what I've heard as well.
I don't get paid by the hour. Alex, when you are ready to go again, you deserve this. Because what I'm worried about is Pereira's not going to want to fight in August. It seems like he does. In reality, it seems like he does. It looks like this fight's going to happen August, September, I would guess. The rematch. But if it doesn't happen, I guarantee it will be on Pereira's side. Let's get back to the interview. I got a couple more clips I want to show you guys. I got one last clip I want to show you. And I just think it's Ariel being petty. Ariel being a cornball. He's like, man, would you let anyone?
Are you even surprised that Ariel gets down like that? I mean, who's surprised here that Ariel gets down like that?
Would you let anyone tweet for you? And then Pereira says something about, nobody likes Ankalaev. Basically, that's what Ariel was asking here about tweets from Ankalaev. So I'm glad we went into Ankalaev's Twitter. And then Pereira's like, yeah, nobody likes to watch Ankalaev fight anyway.
Cara dando moral pra ele aqui.
Honestly speaking, bro, nobody talks about these guys. I don't have to talk about these guys. I don't have to tease Ali for that. Everybody know nobody likes to see Ankalaev fighting. I have a very good relationship with the organization that I don't have to go throw shots at people.
Sure.
Exactly. You have a very good relationship.
Raptor says one is surprised. Yeah.
The UFC, they protected you for years.
No one is surprised. Yeah. I gotcha.
While there was an uncrowned champ in Magomed Ankalaev, they fed you guys coming back from catastrophic injuries on short notice with long layoffs. His entire light heavyweight resume is a fraud, is a complete fraud, and Ankalaev proved it at UFC 313. But yeah, he doesn't have to go on Twitter and promote himself because the UFC naturally promotes him. Give Ankalaev Yuri. Give him Yuri coming back from a catastrophic injury on short notice 2 times. Well, the second time wasn't a catastrophic injury, but you get my point. Ankalaev smokes him. Absolutely smokes him. Maybe Yuri can fluke a win, but Ankalaev smokes him. Let him fight Khalil Roundtree again. Let him fight number 8. We'll see what happens then. But this was a whole lot of coke from Alex Pereira.
So in other words, yeah, let's get to the Conor McGregor retirement right now, okay? Now that we got a good amount of people in here. So obviously, with the attention given to me by Jay Edits, Edits was telling me that Conor McGregor announces retirement in the BKFC press conference. Let's listen to it right now. Here we go. Conor McGregor and his possible retirement or his possible return to the UFC, but let's hear this right now. He says on his return, he says, there is something in my gut now. I am happy with what I've done. So that doesn't sound very promising for Conor McGregor to return, but let's hear what he has to say.
Well, let me bring up the legend, the infamous, the notorious, my partner, the new face of bare knuckle, Conor McGregor.
Thank you so much, David. I appreciate you. Well done. On another incredible evening here at the Hard Rock Hotel in Florida, the home of bare knuckle. This is as high a level as you'll get in bare knuckle. You know what you saw.
GK here says, hi, remember the Master Uguay's downfall? Master Uguay's downfall? Who is that?
All there this evening was unprecedented. We had our heavyweight sensation El Zambo representing Cuba knock out a former WBA boxing heavyweight world champion in 13 seconds.
Now that's impressive. Again, only in bare knuckle will you see an actual legit boxer get knocked out by somebody who's been doing bare knuckle or other combat sports. One comes to mind, Paulie Malignaggi, when he fought Artem Lobov in the bare knuckle fight. Artem Lobov won that fight, man, which is crazy. That's a boxer. That's a real boxer. And Artem Lobov is a journeyman MMA fighter, and he still won. So very interesting scenario that they have going on in BKFC. All right, more on Conor McGregor's retirement right now.
Understand, some of these boxing organization fighters and some of these mixed martial artists think they're just going to rosy on and mosey on over here, and it's going to be all sweet and it's a little retirement package. Think again. This is as real as it gets. This is the real game right here. Bare knuckle.
This is as real as it gets right here. Oh, man, you listen, I love the passion that comes out of Conor, man. You know what I mean? Like, he's just really passionate in a way that he expresses his emotive language expression.
Fighting championship. And nothing in the space of combat sport
Nothing
comes close. We have popped every other promotion like a lead balloon. Bare knuckle is on top. We're on the rise. We're gone global. But make no mistake, Hollywood, Florida.
Commercial. Let me skip through the commercial right here. And, oh, another commercial. All right, here we go.
And it's always great to be here on. But make no mistake, Hollywood, Florida is our home. And it's always great to be here on Thursday night. You know the song? I've been going up on a Thursday. I got your girl in, even though it's Tuesday, but we'll do Thursday. We got a big
Raptors asks, does BK pay as much as UFC, or is it not even close? It depends who you are and your contract. They do give guys big, huge contracts depending on the type of name that you have in your previous combat sports career. Toxic Gameplay says McGregor was way cool when he wasn't spitting on his fans. Yeah, man, you know, he was a completely different person back in the days, right? I remember those training footages that he had in Santa Monica, in Venice Beach. Wow, brother, wow. Completely different type of dude. You know what I mean? Like, very focused, very in tune with nature, very in tune with himself, very realistic in his approach, and it is why he is where he's at. Jogis says Dylan Dennis or KSI in a boxing match. Man, probably KSI. I would assume KSI because he would have a much more meticulous training camp than that of Dylan Dennis in terms of boxing. Toxic Gameplay says, yeah, his love for the sport died when the final bell rang against Floyd Mayweather. Correct. And I argue that that fight ruined his MMA career. By the way, I'm glad you guys are bringing up all these historical chronologicals of Conor McGregor, because this is really what I wanted to do with this reaction, was not only just listen to what he has to say here, but also go over some of his career trajectories. Now, what I had noticed after the Floyd fight, it ruined him. It gave him a lot of money, but I think it damaged him, because look at it like this. Khabib was able to knock him down with that overhand right, and Khabib is not really the best boxer in mixed martial arts, is he? But he knocked down the best boxer in mixed martial arts at the time. So there was signs of early damage there for sure. Toxic Gameplay says, yeah, his love for... Okay, we read that. I saw McGregor for the first time against Eddie Alvarez. A great fight. Yes, man, that was his best right there, and he could have gone on to string some momentum from that win, but he decided to go to the Floyd route. Toxic Gameplay says, if you were McGregor and you made 90 million in one fight, would you have the same hunger? That's hard to say, right? Because it depends how competitive you are. Now, I think with McGregor, his only intention was not necessarily just to be competitive, but to make money. And he already accomplished that. So, again, it really depends on the person, honestly. It just, yeah, it has dependency on who the person is and things of that nature. So I think that his whole entire trajectory was like, hey, I'm just gonna come here, I'm gonna make money, and I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get up out of here.
We got a big setup coming up. We've got an after party. We'll play that. We'll for sure play that at the after party. But we're, Tuesday night fights, and what a night of fighting action. We deliver. Bare knuckle delivers. There's no chance of a...
Toxic Gameplay says, yeah, Mayweather made millions, but worked like he didn't have a dollar to his name. That's what I'm saying, man. That's really what it comes down to, is it depends on the person.
Boring fight in bare knuckle. Even a jab splits the skin. The tension is through the roof. It's as tense as it gets. And my respect, my respect is so high for these combatants. Win, lose, or draw.
Me Film says, if anyone ever tells you it's healthier to eat less cheese, they're 100% just trying to get your cheese. Elaborate on that comment. Very interesting comment there, Me Films. I'm assuming what your comment has maybe nothing to do with cheese or eatery at all, but that's interesting. Toxic Gameplay says, I'm nervous for him. Me Films writes, don't ask questions like that.
To get in there and do this for our entertainment, we need to put it on the line for them and make sure that these are the superstars of the fighting generation. And that's it. We have our superstars here. Congrats. Congrats to our heavyweight superstar, Leonardo El Sambo Perdomo. Oh my God, 13 seconds. I have a 13-second KO also. So,
how about that, a 13-second KO, and then he relates that to Jose Aldo, which gives us the segue to Conor McGregor's 13-second knockout. Me Films, I live in California. So the 13-second knockout, what led to that? He really pushed Jose Aldo over the edge. And when that fight happened, after pushing him over the edge, antagonizing him, not only antagonizing him, also getting on the horn at two separate planes flying, with each other, right? He's on the horn, on the microphone saying, you know what? I'm going to talk smack to you while we're in the plane. Just constant antagonization. All of a sudden, that fight happened. Jose Aldo couldn't wait to get his hands on him. 13-second knockout. Straight away. Bah! Like that. Out of nowhere. 14 seconds, Raptors says. Me Films asks what area? Sacramento. Me Films, if you're going to troll a man, at least be funny. Don't be creepy. Yeah, for real. For real, my man. But hey, it's all good. No harm in that. I completely understand. You ask one more incriminating question, I'm going to put you on timeout for 1 minute, and then after 1 minute, you get 5 minutes, and then we go from there.
When I heard 13 seconds, I was like, yes, I know how good that feels. I know how good that feels. And boy, oh boy, impressive against a former WBA heavyweight world champion, which shows the caliber of what we are doing. He's an asset and a credit to the country of Cuba. And God bless him.
He's an asset and a credit to the country of Cuba. The pulled back straight hands was talked about in the locker room too. Yeah, he envisioned that. He envisioned that, which is what makes Conor really, yeah, man, that's amazing. That's really amazing.
And we wish him all the best. Heavyweights, watch out. And our heavyweight division is stacked in bare knuckle. We've got some incredible heavyweights in this division. And El Zambo is one of the most scariest men in it. So more power. And then our main event, Howard H.D. Davis against Lewis, the Baboon Palomino. The Baboon,
yeah, the Vincent Van Gogh of the fight game, because he lost his mind in the process, right? He kind of resembles Van Gogh in a way, right? In the older stages of Conor's life right now, he's sort of yeah, he sort of like resembles him in his facial features and whatnot. So I thought that was a really interesting comparison, and he has made comparisons to Van Gogh before.
Man is a baboon. The man is an absolute baboon, and HD is HD, razor sharp. That was a true fight, and their names lived up to it. HD, sharp as attack, and the Baboon wild. And boy, oh boy, what age is Palomino? 42 years of age. That is spectacular. Our pound, 44 years of age, ladies and gentlemen. That is incredible. The fucking future is bright for us all.
Yeah, Toxic Van Gogh, yeah.
What a beacon of hope for us all. The man is in incredible shape, and it can be another bother to him.
And that's what I mean, right? 44 years old. Again, look, I think the 40-year-olds that are going to come up right now are not the same type of 40-year-olds that you've seen a few decades ago. They are a lot healthier, a lot different, and not only that, you know, in much better shape than, you know, than the previous generations. And there's a lot of science now that's involved in nutrition that a lot of people understand. So, yeah, you're going to see a lot more older guys, you know, do the damn thing. And not only that, they're coming in there with more experience as well that will help them as well as preserve them in that regard. So,
what's he now? That's an 8-time world champion in bare knuckle fighting championship. We're developing our Mount Rushmore here. We are at the foundation levels of our sport right here. And we're building our Mount Rushmore. And all these combatants on this card, the standout combatants on this card, have staked their claim to be on our Mount Rushmore. So I will urge our fighters in our roster, in the bare knuckle.
Yeah, we are going to see a lot of George Foreman types come back soon. For sure. For sure. And then also, you know, the Joe Rogan and Mike Tyson type of drugs that can come along with that, even with some guys that are also natural as well. So a combination of both, I would say.
The roster, stake your claim. Be the Hoist Gracies, the McGregors, the Anderson Silvas. Be that of bare knuckle fighting championship, because that's what's on the line here. And what an event. Thank you all so much for coming. Thursday night, I hope you're not up too early tomorrow for work, Friday, or school. We got some kids in the house tonight. We had amazing stars also. It's Shaquille O'Neal. We had Amanda Nunes 2-time.
Ryan Jardina says, which is best, rock, paper, scissors, rock, or paper? I don't know, man. I'll go with the rock. Nah, yeah, I'll go with the rock. Toxic Gameplay says, science is just so much more advanced that guys can stay in their peak a lot longer. Yes, that's true. Although I do see a lot of young people that look old, right? And a lot of that is predicated on the fact that they're drug users. But yeah, that's neither here or there. But as long as you stay fit and you do what is right for your body, you can absolutely do a lot at an older age. You know, whereas before it was like, you know, you're at a certain age now, you have to just go and sit somewhere and be a grandpa. Toxic Gameplay says, a lot of us are taking steroids, LOL. 23 and looks 53. Yeah, that's true.
UFC World Champion Amanda Nunes. We had a few great stars, Little Pump, And, you know, it's always great here in Hollywood, Florida. The action is jam-packed. The skill is top level. Don't think you're going to mosey on over here if you're in some other little promotion, if you're a boxer, or if you're a mixed martial artist. This is bare-knuckle fighting. Fight your way out of clinch. Don't look for the ref. I tell you what, Louis, the baboon, respect. Because HD slipped, and he had a chance to crack him. And it was respect for that. So we love to see that. What a fucking evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Toxic Gameplay says, I thought Ngannou beat Tyson Fury. You know what's interesting about that? The Saudis made a movie about their special forces rescuing Tyson Fury from a kidnapping days prior to the Francis Ngannou fight. So maybe perhaps Tyson Fury was not in the right state of mind or not in the right shape because he was kidnapped for a couple of days or so, according to the Saudi movie storyline. So No Chill MMA says, I think Francis beats Fury as well. Yeah, a lot of people thought that as well, my man. You know what I mean? Shout out to No Chill MMA tapping into the chat. That's what I'm talking about, man. Everybody go like and subscribe to his channel as well, because he's certainly helped me, you know, get a good amount of audiences in, you know, in this platform. So he's one of my allies in this YouTube game. No Chill says Fury was definitely on his A game, though I will admit that he wasn't even on his B game. Raptor says, do you have trouble with Mike Tyson and Jake Paul fight? Netflix got exposed that day. Did I have trouble with the reception? I think a lot of people did, unfortunately.
Thank you so much.
Let's take some questions. Can we take some questions? Thanks, man. It wasn't...
Toxic Gameplay says, yeah, bro, but it wasn't an excuse. No one made him take Ngannou lightly. He did. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Look, well, I don't know if I would say that he took him lightly. I just think that, you know what, Tyson is Tyson, and Ngannou is Ngannou, and Ngannou is a freak, and he did what he did, and the fight played out the way that it did.
It was an amazing game. If you have a question, we'll come right over to you.
Conor, you keep saying that you're going to fight in bare knuckles, so when is it going to happen?
You know, like I said, I've got 2 fights on the contract. I'm in negotiations. Last week, something happened to me. I went to the White House, and my country is in my heart bleeds for my country right now. So there's a lot of stuff going on back home. I'm happy with what I've done. You know,
There it is, right here. This right here is the main event of this whole entire live stream and the bonus content that I had mentioned on the description below. This comment right here. Let's pay close attention to this.
There's something else for me that's in my gut right now. And that's kind of where I'm going.
Yeah, Toxic Gameplays, yes. 2 fights in the UFC, yes.
So we'll see. Greatness don't rush. Also, greatness does not rush. There was an opportunity or a deal, we'll say, to fight in Alcatraz only recent. There's an event going on in Alcatraz in, I believe, June. And they came to me, and it wasn't my worth. You know, as a fighter, we've got to know our worth. I hold every pay-per-view record in the book. I hold every gate record in the book. And my comeback will be slated as the greatest comeback, or the biggest, most anticipated comeback of all time. So it has to be right. And right now...
Toxic Gameplay says, I think even Islam could beat McGregor at this point. Well, that's an over-under statement, if that isn't ever an over-under statement ever in the most over-under statement ever in the world. Of course, Islam could beat Conor McGregor with ease, probably in the first round. He would probably knock him out too.
Now Ireland is in my thoughts, and that's where I'm at. It will happen, I'm sure. And it's always great to be here. And there you go.
So I want to make a comment on that a little bit, right? Since he's referencing his political career right now. I've referenced plenty of times in this platform and in this channel that Conor McGregor back in 2014 proclaimed that, hey, you know what? I am going to support rainbow marriages in Ireland. That's what he did. He supported rainbow marriages in Ireland. Toxic Gameplay says McGregor would look like CM Punk in there. Against Islam, yeah, for sure. So somewhere along the lines, he got into it with Donald Trump in 2015 because Donald Trump got at Ronda Rousey saying that she wasn't a very nice person and that he was glad that she got knocked out and Conor came to Ronda's defense. He said, oh, F that guy or this and that. So, I mean, Conor came across as a liberal Democrat supporter, and he was sort of has an admiration for Obama, right? How do I know that he has an admiration for Obama? He once went on a TV film studio. He's sitting there and he's saying, wow, man, I feel like I'm Obama in here, right? Sort of showing admiration to him. A Toxic Gameplays asks, but do you think Ronda Rousey is a nice person? I think that it depends on who it is, right? I think that it depends on who it is. I wouldn't hang it on, just, oh, well, you're not a nice person because of this incident and that incident. I wouldn't hang it on that necessarily. But I will say, it depends. It depends on who the person is. So somewhere along the lines, Conor McGregor got rich, obviously, after the Floyd Mayweather fight. And as a result, what did he do? He started becoming a lot more arrogant. He started becoming a lot more abrasive. He started getting into a lot more incidents. Obviously, the Nikita Hand situation, the phone incident in Miami, the beating up of a DJ in Italy, smashing, all these things, right? And then punching an old man. The list goes on and on and on with Conor McGregor. But somewhere along the lines, he started delving into politics and the right-wing side of things, and I think the reason for that was because of the things that were going on in Ireland. Toxic Gameplay says, man, what? Yeah, tell me what you mean by man, what? So yeah, just a little commentary on that. Now he's becoming a lot more conservative. Now he wants to become a political figure in his country, and here we are as a result of it.
We're not from bare knuckle news. Conor,
okay. Toxic Gameplay says, I didn't know Conor did all that. Are you talking about the supporting of rainbow marriages in Ireland? Yeah, he was a political proponent of that, and he was pushing the Irish government to implement that. And he was very instrumental in that regard. So something to think about.
Thanks for coming out here in Miami. We know you love Miami. Question: if you were to be president of Ireland, would you contemplate of fighting and being president at the same time?
That's a very good question.
The octagon, the notorious president of Ireland, Conor McGregor. What fucking right I will. Of course, you're crazy. That's part of why I want to do it. To be announced as the president of Ireland, having a fight.
Yo, can you imagine? So the extra arrogance that Conor McGregor is going to have, having another title on top of a title. The president of, does Conor McGregor support abortion? You know what? That's a very good question, Raptors. I guarantee you back in 2014 he did, but now that he has this right-wing political base that is supporting him around the world and maybe even in Ireland, I think that he wouldn't support it right now in public. But the old Conor McGregor, who was living in his mom's attic at the time, I think that he would. Yeah, but today, no. Toxic Gameplay says, but I heard not just the Middle Eastern population is rising, but a lot of people are converting to Islam in the UK. That's very true. I don't know if the legislation would stay. Yeah, that's a very good point. Toxic Plays.
Fight. Imagine that. Well, for sure. Hell yes. McGregor, what fucking the notorious president of Ireland, Conor McGregor. What fucking right I will. Of course, you're crazy. That's part of why I want to do it. To be announced as the president of Ireland, having a fight. Imagine that. Well, for sure. Hell yes.
Conor, how you doing? Paul Shoiga here.
Paul Shoiga, McConnell, couldn't have told you.
Tommy Thursday 3 actor tonight. It was tough. It was
are you guys watching this? Conor McGregor spitting some Gaelic right now. This is interesting. My man knows how to speak Gaelic. Let me play that again.
Paul Shoiga, McConnell, couldn't have told you.
Tommy Thursday 3 actor tonight. It was tough. It was tough.
Toxic Gameplay says, if this dude becomes president, it just means anyone can. Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump sort of opened the doors in that. In fact, I would even go as far as to say that Obama opened the doors in that, because the idea of having a male black president in of itself was just a foreign idea in U.S. politics, but it came true. So, and then after Obama, then it became Trump, and so on and so forth. So,
Hey, Hill 16 front, Dublin only.
No, Hill 16.
Listen, the rest of the crowd here, they're a bit confused with the Gaelic, so we keep it to English.
For sure.
Raptor says, damn, that's impressive. I didn't know he knew other languages. Yeah, Gaelic is the native tongue of Ireland, and Conor McGregor seems to have preserved that in his family. So big ups to him on that.
Conor, I have to ask you this question. I've talked to a lot of fighters here, and a lot of them, those established and new fighters, mentioned, along with obviously the welcoming hand you had from Dave Feldman, but they all welcomed how you helped solidify where bare knuckle is today. We come from a country where community is very, very important. I was gifted one of these pendants that you know is very, very important from Russ there, and I feel bare knuckle is one of those organizations that's very much built on community. And when you came in the door, you helped solidify the community, obviously with Dave Feldman as well, who welcomed you with open arms. My question is, when you go into politics and you take the Oris up and coming, how will you use your career of boxing, of you being the businessman in the boxing world and the fight world, to help alleviate the problems of the Irish people that we have right now at home, and that the world needs to know about? And thankfully Donald Trump has listened, and hopefully the rest of the world will listen.
That's a good question. That is a good question. So what the guy is asking is, what will Conor McGregor do to reform Ireland and its problems right now, to really put it in layman's terms? In other words, what are you going to do about the problems in Ireland? Toxic Gameplay says, I think John Jones doesn't fight as much because he is kind of intimidated that he isn't getting paid like fighters who broke away from the UFC. Wow. That's a good take. That's a good take, my man.
How will you do that?
Listen, the politics is a very, very dirty game, and I'm discovering that, and I've discovered that. There's an issue with the EU Migration Pact that's essentially the ruination of Ireland. It will be the ruination of the indigenous people of Ireland. And I came out and was like, I'm going to dispute that. I'm going to fight and put that towards a referendum for the people. And all of a sudden now they're rushing it through. They're trying to rush it through. They're having a screaming match across the door. And I don't...
So Conor is attributing the debate on the EU referendum as a contribution from his part, which is, you know, quite interesting. Toxic Gameplay says, McGregor will be the only world leader to give speeches drunk. Oh, you'd be surprised. Is he the only one? I'm sure a lot of these guys. How about Keir Starmer in the UK? I'm sure that dude has a few pints. You know how the British are. They got a few pints. Oh, we're going to have some pints. We're going to banter and this and that. And the next thing you know, he's out there giving prime minister speeches. You never know. But as an open drunk, for sure, Conor would be the only open drunk president or world leader that would give speeches.
I don't want to get into politics here. We want to talk bare knuckle and what we're about. But to let the people know my plans, or to let my political...
Yeah, this world is getting so interesting. I agree, my man. I agree. Which is why I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part of the media side of this world, and hopefully I can contribute all the interesting news that is going around it. Of course, surrounding within the base of mixed martial arts and MMA and boxing.
Adversaries will call my plans. They plan ahead then to stop it or to stifle it. So I have many, many moves that can alter and correct Ireland and its situation where the political elite have a grasp on the power and it is fully removed from the people. And that's it. I'm going to keep going. I'm here with the US administration. I have the backing of Trump, President Trump, and it's about following through, you know. So let's see. I stayed put in Washington at a lot of great meetings, and we're on we go. On we go for onwards for Ireland, and that's what I'll say.
Thank you for...
So when Conor was in Washington, D.C. during the White House visit, I think he did way more than just take photo ops or become a tourist in Washington, D.C. I think that he tried to soak up a lot of game. He probably spoke to a lot of senators, a lot of Congress people, a lot of government people that are in certain positions that could give him rightful advice. And as a result of that, I think that he really is taking this political career seriously. Now, will he win? that right there remains to be seen.
For that, Conor, we appreciate you. Let us know that. We're gonna get back to the bare knuckle questions now with this guy here, Conor.
Yeah, Dave Feldman is like, let's stop with all these political questions because I don't want to get canceled and I don't want to create any type of controversies. Raptor says, I was just about to say his White House appearance definitely had something to do with this. For sure. You know what? Going there will really inspire you, right? Look, going anywhere of any place of worth or any place of improvement to anything will inspire you. Like, for example, I remember the first time I walked around Sac State, right? This was when I first moved to Sacramento. I was going to a community college. I said, wow, man, I really love this campus here. It's really nice, right? So I had something to shoot for, right? I was like, I want to be in this campus. It looks nice. They got a good gym. They have nice facilities. They, you know, they have a lot of restaurants inside of the campus. Everybody is friendly. I want to be a part of this. And I think Conor sort of felt that way when he was walking around the White House. He loves the feeling of being a world leader. He loves the feeling of being a guest at the White House, which you know, which is a government facility and whatnot. He loved all of it, and he was absolutely inspired by it. And given the fact that there are a lot of problems going on in Ireland right now, he feels compelled even more to get down with this particular project that he has going on. So
tonight was a big night for BKFC, as usual, here in Hollywood, Florida. You've mentioned that this is the home for BKFC. Do you think that we...
Oh, come on. Whatever Florida wants, Florida gets. And that's from the owner of Bare Knuckle.
He said, whatever Florida wants, Florida gets, and that's from the owner. Toxic Gameplay says, yeah, probably felt like J.D. Vance when he first walked in the Oval Office. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you know what? Speaking of J.D. Vance, the dude is my age. You see what I'm saying? And he's the vice president. Okay, now I know I probably look way younger than J.D. Vance, but shout out to J.D. Vance. He looks well put together as well. You know, looks like, you know, he stays in shape and, you know, very healthy and whatnot. But yeah, it's inspiring, man. He is so, you know, he sees somebody that's a peer of his age, and yeah, J.D. Vance looks like George Lucas. He does a little bit, doesn't he? Raptor says, I have to go, bro, but I'll be back around 4 if you're still streaming. I will be on a different stream on this channel. Obviously, I'm going to stop this stream and do a separate stream for UFC Mexico. I'm probably just going to do an audio form on that. But obviously, I wanted to just make a video appearance on this one to show my face. But yeah, I'll probably be doing an audio reaction to UFC Mexico, and that's going to be coming up on this channel as soon as, well, as soon as whenever. But yeah, so he says it's 2:18 where I'm at. Good work, bro. Respect. Thank you so much, Raptors. You know, I highly appreciate that. And everybody that's here, also hit like and subscribe, and let's continue on. And we still are going to preview UFC Mexico right after this Conor McGregor reaction. Raptor says, okay, bro, I'll stay tuned. I'm in. Subscribe. Stay safe. Thank you so much. And Toxic Gameplay says, hopefully Dana and Turkey can make a good boxing league. Inshallah. I think that is the plan and that is the goal. But I think that they are also going to get a lot of backlashes from the wider public of the world of boxing. Oh, and I have a video on that as well. I talked to one of my UK boxing correspondents, Zain Musa Boxing, if you guys want to check that out. It's one of my latest videos. If you guys don't mind, yeah, go and watch that. You know, it's running a little bit low on the views on that one. If you guys want to help me out on that one, that would be greatly appreciated. And yeah, let's continue on with Conor McGregor's announcement of his retirement or possible retirement and try to analyze word by word what he's trying to convey here. Toxic Gameplay says, yeah, fighter pay will be better than the UFC, I'm guessing, which might make some UFC guys post. Playboy says, John Jones, stop ducking. Yes. We'll see. We'll see. Obviously, there's a summer card that we can look forward to. Maybe that's what we are in the works with, but we're going to find out.
I want to go to the Hard Rock Stadium. We can go to the Hard Rock Stadium.
We can go big. We went big in Philadelphia. This place is packed out start to finish, from the first card to the final fight. Our first fight of the night to the final fight of the night. And that's a testament to the intensity and the action. It's short rounds. They're right in front of each other. There's no laziness here. You're forced to sink or swim. You get your money's worth here with Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. And the Sky...
Playboy says he will never fight Tom Aspinall. We'll see, my man. I hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong, but it does kind of lean that way, doesn't it? Just a little bit, right? Which is concerning, but yeah.
Sky's the limit. We showed what we're capable of in the Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia. We're showing what we're capable of here again tonight. Superstars are on the rise.
Toxic Gameplay says, I remember like 2 years ago, people seriously thought Adesanya would fight John Jones. Yeah, look how that turned out, right? Especially with the career trajectory of Adesanya afterwards. Playboy says he will pull out because of injury. Yeah. I can't disagree with you on that.
There's suitors all over this game. Every fucking corner I turned in that White House, from the Oval Office to the West Wing, bare knuckle, bare knuckle, bare knuckle. I give to President Trump the bare knuckle world title. So bare knuckle is on top right now.
Wow, so that's interesting, right? He really promoted his brand of bare knuckle in the White House. That is interesting. Toxic Gameplay says Adesanya stock plummeted after then Dogecoin back in the day. Oh man, okay, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Talk to me about any. Talk to me about any other exciting action that's going on in the fight business. You can't. There's none. Bare knuckles leading the way, and long may it continue. And I believe, and I know that it will. So there you go.
Excuse me.
Oh, little beer commercial here. Here we go.
John, with only a date here, what do you think makes South Florida such...
Playboy says McGregor converted to Islam. Man, that's cap, Playboy. No way. There is no way. You know what? Even if he did, then, you know, your chances of winning as president in Ireland are going to plummet even more, right? And I'm saying that as a Muslim, right? You know what I mean? So, you know, yeah, stop playing, bro. He didn't convert to Islam. But, yo, you cracked me up on that one. McGregor converted to Islam. I mean, look, he respects Muslims, right? Look, his manager, El-Kheer, you know, God bless that, you know, Chad of an Arab man from LA, but, you know, he's a Muslim, right? But it doesn't mean Conor will. But, yeah, that's neither here or there.
It's an attractive destination for bare knuckle boxing.
Well, Florida has a rich history in bare knuckle fighting, as does many parts of the world. My own country, Ireland, has a rich history in bare knuckle fighting championship, and we'll talk about taking bare knuckle back to Ireland, which will be a beautiful spectacle. And you know, but like I said, Florida, you know, the Kimbo days, and you know, all those guys that were fighting in the back gardens, and now we're risen up.
There you go. Somebody asked me about Kimbo earlier. There's the Kimbo reference right there when they asked about the Florida market for BKFC, and I think that it was a good point for Conor McGregor to bring up that there is a huge market for bare knuckle in Ireland because they have a history behind all of that, interestingly enough.
So it has a rich history of bare knuckle, and that's it. You can see it by the caliber from top to bottom. There's no slouches on this. There's nothing reckless here. These are highly skilled combatants that are as tough as it gets. It's a tough man game. And the women as well. I want the women on run out our women, because the women have. I saw Jessica Evilai, I saw Amanda Nunes. These ladies are looking for fights. Andrei Arlovsky also. Everyone wants a piece of this bare knuckle action, and I don't blame them.
Hold up. Amanda Nunes? Oh man, can you imagine? Amanda Nunes, Andrei Arlovsky. Can you imagine that? That's what's up, man. Shout out to Conor for that.
I'm the same. You know, it's always a pleasure to be here. It's never a dull night. It's always a fantastic night. And it's a credit to the people of Florida to come out. And in the main event, Broward County against Dade County, that was spectacular. That's what you want to see. The matchmaking is stellar here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we know this. I really give a shout out to the matchmaking, because it is impeccable. So bravo to the matchmakers.
Mr. McGregor, Max Calandrolo from the Fighting Yo, congratulations on the tremendous event. Completely exceeded expectations. The expectations were high, and it still exceeded all of them. I just wanted to ask you, you're very passionate about BKFC, as mentioned previously. What ignites that passion for you, and what has made you so passionate about this league in particular?
It's pure. It's so pure. It's the purest form. When you're sitting, I tell you what, live events is where it's at. I came up under Lorenzo Fertitta and the Fertitta Empire with the UFC when we rose the UFC up into a $4.2 billion franchise, the largest sports sale of all time. Now the company's worth about 10 million. Now it might be a bit stagnant at the minute, but what I came up under and Dana White, I came up under these men. They were my mentors, and what was always prevalent to those gentlemen was to get the audience into the arena, because once you get them into the arena, that's it, it's game over. And as you can see, everyone in that arena was on their feet. It's spectacular. The live action and the intensity of it is unmatched. And I come from all the games. I come from the boxing game. I come from the mixed martial arts games. At the highest level. The highest level on both forms. Bare knuckle is leagues above both of them. And excitement and action-packed fighting. And that's it. It was an amazing event.
We have time for one more for Conor.
Savage Combat Sports, Conor. I was just wondering, we got the king of violence, we got the king of the streets, and you being the king of combat sports, is there any interest in going in for the king of violence belt in the future?
Who's got the king of violence belt? Jeremy Stevens?
It would be Platinum Mike Perry. You already scared Jeremy Stevens out of here. He's got the gloves
with the big soft gloves. I don't know what he's doing. It was what's it called? The dirty stuff. The dirty.
Toxic Gameplay says BKFC is cool, but I don't think fighters will have longevity the way they would. Yes, it's not that kind of sport that gives you a longevity, is it? That's why it's something that you just have to do periodically. That's the reason why Jeremy Stevens went back to the UFC. And you know what? There's a demand for Jeremy Stevens to go back to the UFC anyway, so yeah.
Yeah, it's all right. He should come home. Mike should come home. You know what I'm saying? He still shows love to the game.
Toxic Gameplay says, I can see the hand injuries and cuts being an issue. Yeah, that would be one of the serious issues in that particular game for sure.
And we'll always have love for Mike Perry for sure. Yeah, me and Mike would be a great fight for sure, 100%.
All right, Conor McGregor, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. David Feldman, Bare Knuckle team, bravo. I salute. I'm proud to be a co-owner in this and a partner in this. And onwards to the top for Bare Knuckle.
All right, so that is it for Conor McGregor and his reaction. So, okay, I saw somebody in the chat earlier say that Joe Pfeiffer is out. Is that right? Is that right that Joe Pfeiffer is out? Let me see here. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. So I don't know what the person was referring to earlier. Yeah, it doesn't say that at all. It doesn't say that. Yeah, there's no news of that. So I think Joe Pfeiffer is still going to continue fighting. Speaking of which, let's hear what he had to say in MMA fighting.
MMA junkie. I'm here in Mexico City with Joe Pfeiffer, who is just days away from fighting Kelvin Gastelum in a very important middleweight bout. Joe, first of all, when you got the call to fight in Mexico, some people are sometimes hesitant to come out here. I've talked to some colleagues that are like, oh, I don't know about Mexico. What was your reaction to fighting in Mexico? And also, like, you are very American.
Chris Reigns, is there a confirmed news of that? Chris Reigns here says he's not fighting. Let me know if there is, any confirmation on that particular regard. Thank you.
Right? Like, were you surprised that they requested you for this card?
I mean, the original option was like fighting overseas somewhere, and I'm not really big on traveling.
Oh, okay. So your confirmation is based on the fact that your bet got voided. Okay. Well, shout out to Chris Reigns, even though I'm not a gambling man myself. Obviously, that's helpful news. But yeah, very sad, man. Very sad. And you know what? My whole video preview, because you know what? I didn't preview the entire card. I sort of did in the Joe Pfeiffer video. But the whole entire preview for UFC Mexico was the Joe Pfeiffer video. And now Joe Pfeiffer is no longer fighting. It's still relevant Because what I talk about in there is doubting the fact that, you know, he really had it hard being homeless or whatever, right? So so I guess that video still sticks even if he's not fighting. But in any regard, let's hear what he had to say in MMA Junkie.
But yeah, no, I knew the circumstances of coming out here, dealing with the elevation and the air quality. So, you know, we took the precautions of sleeping in a hyperbaric chamber for about 2 months. And then, you know, I had a good running program, and yeah, we're more than prepared for this. And, you know, I've been out here 2 weeks ahead of time, been out here for 11 days already, and I feel good out here. So it definitely was something to acknowledge and not disregard. And I think we took the proper steps and we're prepared.
Yeah. And so far, how has your experience been training here in Mexico? Like, have you used the PI as well? It's fairly new.
Yeah, the PI is really nice. You know, the people are really nice.
Oh yeah, so let's not forget they do have a PI center in Mexico.
Say the things that I don't like, but you know, I'm Team USA. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, I would say that you're the most American fighter on the card, correct?
100%, 1,000%. I am, you know, born and raised, you know, in America, and I love my country, and I will be representing my flag here.
Yeah. And are you expecting the boos? I mean, they will come, right? Like, Kelvin is Mexican or Mexican descent. Like, they'll be cheering for him. He's fought here a ton. Are you expecting that? And I'm guessing from kind of the vibe, you don't really care about that.
Nah, I don't give a fuck. It is what it is, you know. I'm here on enemy territory as far as, like, him, you know, being half Mexican. But, you know, he wasn't, I don't know what his background is. I don't know if he was born here or whatnot. Don't really care. I mean, I'm super comfortable. I'm not really uncomfortable because I'm fighting here in Mexico. At the end of the day, I'm going to make the same walk to the cage. And in the cage, you know, it doesn't matter where you're from or what you do, what ethnicity you are, what your background is. So, you know, a fight's a fight, man.
Yeah.
Well said. Well said. I like that.
What'd you think of Kelvin when they offered you the name? You fought like some obviously well-known guys, Jack Hermanson and others. But when Kelvin came, you know, he's also a veteran. What did you think, and did you like the matchup?
Yeah, I love the matchup. I thought it was very exciting. You know, he's a guy that likes to bring it. You know, he's entertaining to watch. I would say as of lately, his performances I don't think are of Kelvin of old. But I do believe that he did his best work at middleweight. So, you know, I know my teammate beat him in Sean Brady and dominated, but we're two completely different fighters. That's a question that's been popping up a bunch, but, you know, our styles are different. Sean's an amazing grappler. I'm a good grappler. I'm a great striker, I think, and I want to be the first guy to knock Kelvin out. So, yeah, when I saw the matchup, I thought it was a great fight for me.
I was just at media day earlier today, and we asked him about the fight.
So does anyone know if there is a replacement for this fight? Will they bring in anybody to fight Kelvin Gastelum? If so, let me know on the comment section below. I would be curious to see if they have any, if they have any replacements for him. I doubt it, but maybe the last minute, yeah. I'm sure they have some Mexican middleweights in Mexico City right now, right? Or maybe a regional guy. They sometimes will do that, right? They'll pull out a random regional guy, sort of like what they did with Pat Cummings and whatnot. Chris Reigns, to get to Mexico City in 4 hours is crazy. Yeah. Imagine, that would be a story, right? And then on top of that, they're fighting on high elevation, which, you know, is a different challenge in and of itself.
He was a little bothered that they offered you to him. He kind of expected, like, I guess, like a bigger name or something. But he was like, hey, I'm moving back up to 185. I'm kind of starting over. So I guess he was fine with it. When you hear that, like, did you make anything of that, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's kind of disregarding the fact that I'm a threat, and that's fine. That's cool. I haven't beat anybody with his kind of name yet, so, you know, that's fair to say. But when I hit him, he'll understand. And when I get in there with him, he realizes how big I am, how powerful I am, and that I'm prepared to go 15 minutes hard. I think it's a very big mistake on his part to bank on me gassing out. I think everybody's kind of leaning on the Jack Hermanson performance, which I had walking pneumonia for the first month of the entire camp. And then I had 2 MRSA infections, so I was on antibiotics. And I still fought my ass off, fought 5 rounds, and I lost by 1 round. So if that's what everybody is going to make, that I'm going to gas or whatever they want to say, that's fine. I'm prepared, I'm ready, and
I think that's a good point by Joe Pfeiffer, right? Because I think a lot of people do sort of take and again, I'm not trying to talk about this like as if the fight is going on, but we're just reacting to one of his interviews with MMA Junkie just to sort of understand where he's at. And I'm looking at the video to see what is the injury or what is the reason behind why he's not able to fight. If anybody can let me know on the comment section below, please let me know.
Yeah, this dude's he's gonna get his ass whooped if he looks past me.
Not that you care about the haters or what they say, but like, there's no better way probably than to like shut them up, to fight at elevation, one of the highest locations that the UFC.
Okay, illness. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay, illness it is. Okay, so that's what I'm kind of looking for right now. He looks healthy in this, in this video right here. Looks like he's in, great shape. It doesn't look like there's any signs of illness, but again, you never know, right? So just kind of what I'm, trying to watch out for in this one.
Like puts events on, and again, somebody that historically like has very good cardio in Kelvin, right?
Yeah. And even then, he has good cardio, but he doesn't have great cardio. I mean, look at his fight with Daniel Rodriguez. It looked like shit. He was taking down a guy who can't wrestle, and it wasn't really clean. It wasn't impressive in my opinion, and but I will say the last time he was at 185, I thought he looked impressive against Chris Curtis. Like, he looked rejuvenated, and I'm expecting the best Kelvin, man. I didn't come in here like, oh man, I'm gonna absolutely trash this guy. I came in here thinking this guy's gonna be coming after me, he's gonna be tough, and he's gonna be in the best shape of his life. So that's what I'm prepared for, and if he's anything shy of that, he's gonna get put to sleep.
Yeah, and if you put him to sleep, like if you finish him, he's never been stopped, and like he's fought a bunch of people, so like a bunch of great fighters. You feel like you send a big statement to the division, I
mean, I'm going to send a statement to him. I don't really care about what the rest of the division thinks. Obviously, yes, if I get a stoppage, it's going to be impressive. But I have 13 wins and 12 finishes, so I'm a guy that likes to go out there and look for the finish, and I have the power to get the finish. I don't think if you watch him against Israel Adesanya, it was a great fight. I think that was his best self, and I think that was the best he was ever going to be. And he got dropped 3-4 times by a guy who's not really a power puncher. He's more of an accurate, precise guy. So I think, he fights a guy like me and he tries to be overly aggressive, is going to get him caught.
He's been out here for a while, and so have you. So have you guys crossed paths at all?
Yeah, we've seen each other a bunch. Super respectful. And I've been respectful back, I think he deserves respect. He hasn't said anything bad about me. I haven't said anything bad about him. It's just, we're here to do our job, and I'm here to, again, try to knock him out. So.
Have you sort of sized them up? Because, being next to both of you guys in one day, there's a pretty clear difference in size. And even in the fight against Sean Brady, I mean, Sean Brady's strong as shit, but, still, he was able to outmuscle him, and, that was a weight class below. I don't know if you've kind of noticed that, and do you feel like maybe he's not adequate for 185?
Nah, I mean, look, his best attribute is what?
Okay, so good to Marley here says, that's what I was wondering. I got 10 plus bets. Yeah, that's what I was saying, right? Chris Rain said that his thing got voided. Parlays with a Fight for Gastelum fight on it. Are those still going to work? That I don't know, man. I'm not a gambling portion of MMA. I just do the storylines, the breakdowns, and among other things that are attached to MMA. I'm not necessarily like minty bets or one of my YouTube allies. What's his name? Guillermo Argentino, right? He's very good in those particular type of things. I know Zayn Musa boxing. He kind of delves into it, even though we, it's not something that we do as Muslims. But yeah, mine doesn't say voided yet on my bookie. Yeah, according to Chris Rains, it is. But just in case, yeah, let's continue on with Joe Pfeiffer's interview here.
Striking. So he's not really got its spinning and doing all kinds of fancy shit. He's a boxer. He throws a couple elbows here and there, but I don't really have to worry about how deep his tool set is. And trust me, if he thinks, we know what Kelvin's going to do. He likes to come forward. He likes to, stand in that southpaw stance and bounce back and forth. So if he thinks that we haven't prepared for that, or we're not ready to counter that, let him do his thing. Let him walk right into it. So, Sean is a, stellar.
It says, what is the point of listening to this if the fight is off, my brother? Just trying to understand where his mental mind state was and where the illness came about, right? I'm more of watching his body language. And look, let me show you his picture right now as I'm watching this, right? I mean, look at this guy. Does he look like he has any illness whatsoever? And look, when was this? 2 days ago. You know, does he? I don't know, man. So I'm just trying to analyze where this guy is coming from and what had happened, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Marley says he looks fine. Looks well put together. Is nothing there. Now, man, I don't know, man. You know what? Sometimes, look, you got to understand this, right? Darren Till once admitted, hey, I don't want to go out there because I'm afraid of this fight. This is not a good fight for me. Just saying, there's guys out there that have admitted to this before, so.
Or grappler, look at what he just did to Leon, but again, I just want to reiterate, this isn't about size. I do think it's going to play a factor, but I don't want to be a Leon Edwards that's talking about how small somebody is and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, look, the guy's small, but he's used to fighting guys bigger. He's fought the top guys in the middleweight division. So for me to be like, even though I think it's a factor, yeah, I'm bigger, I'm stronger. I think it's going to play a big role in our fight. It's not nothing he's not used to. He's fought, Jared Cannonier, Jack Hermanson also. He's fought Izzy, and they're all big guys, man. So I'm sure he's used to it, but the thing he's not going to be used to is the intention in which I throw my shots. So he can't really exchange with me. Let's just put it that way. Or I think he'll get clipped.
Now, like speaking outside of like it's this matchup itself and just like in general the division, there's kind of like a generational change, right? Like we see like Whitaker take a loss. Adesanya is taking a few L's as well, and then we've seen young guys like Hamza, Kyle Borrado, and others like come out to the top of the division. What have you made of the division overall, and have you felt that generational change, and do you feel like this is almost part of it? Because I would say that Gastelum probably is more of those names, Whitaker and Adesanya, right?
Yeah, man. I think there's a lot of really good guys, like you said. Kyle Borralho, I think he's really good. And if you look at the matchup, I think if they fought, I don't think it would be close. I think Kyle would trash Kelvin. So when he's talking about making another title run, I don't think that that's really true. I think he's trying to convince himself that this is his home and this is where he's supposed to be. But he's had so many ups and downs. And as of lately, his performances haven't been what they used to be. So that's just my speculation from watching film and watching him and, seeing his performances. But yeah, I mean, it's a talent-rich division, I think. And I think we have the combination of athleticism and power, so it's good.
Yeah, it's a fun division. Who do you think should get the next title shot at Dricus?
I think you gotta let Kamzat. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, he's so far and few in between now, between his fights. I don't know.
Okay, let me read these comments right here. Parlays with Gaston is still on. Okay, mine doesn't say voided yet. And a bookie, what's the? He looks fine. Getting knocked out by the underdog in Mexico been haunting Joe's dreams. Okay, yeah, that's true.
It's visa issues or health issues or whatever's going on, but I mean, he went out there and trashed Robert Whitaker, who was a great champion, still a great competitor, still out there at the top of the division, and why not give Kamzat that shot?
Yeah. Do you think he beats Dricus?
Yeah, I do. I think if he can beat him in the first 2 rounds, if he can get him down in the first 2 rounds, I think he would beat him. And if he's able to survive the first 2 rounds, I think Dricus would wind up finishing him TKO.
And obviously, I'm sure you see yourself as the best in the division, and you're going to fight for the belt, become champion, all that. But outside of yourself, who do you think is sort of the best out of that group? Do you think it's Hamzat?
Nah, I think it's Kyle Borralho. Yeah. When I've looked at the potential of how he moves, he's light on his feet. He's a big guy. He can strike. He can grapple. He's a good jiu-jitsu guy. So I would say he's probably, in my opinion, in my division, he's probably the other top guy.
Yeah. So you beat Kelvin Gastelum this Saturday. What does the future look like? Have you thought about?
That is the future. There is no future past Saturday. I got to beat Kelvin, and then we'll think about it. So I have some call-outs in mind. But none of that matters, and we're not going to talk about the future until I actually beat this guy. This is my toughest test, aside from Jack Hermanson, and I really need to win this fight, and I will win this fight.
All right, so that fight isn't happening, but I will play a video of just the audio version of it. You guys can watch the full video version of it on this channel. But yeah, this is Joe Pfeiffer's fraud homeless story that I'm going to play right now as I'm setting up UFC Mexico live stream in just a second. Now, all right, so this weekend we're going to have UFC Mexico, and it's going to headline Brendan Moreno and Steve Erceg. Very interesting. Even more interesting, I want to talk about is how much of a fraud Joe Pfeiffer is. Now, I'm going to go over that. I'm going to go over the rest of the cards, but I'm going to focus more on the Kelvin Gastelum and the Joe Pfeiffer fight, but specifically why Joe Pfeiffer is a fraud. So first, let's go over the entire card. Or no, you know what? Let's just go over right now, since I got your attention for the first 30 seconds, why I think Joe Pfeiffer is a fraud. This whole entire storyline of him being homeless and things of this nature, I think it's an absolute shambles, right? And I'm sorry to say, maybe this is going to have racial implications behind it. But let me just say this. You're a Jack White dude, and you're homeless, and you're crying to the world, oh, well, I was homeless or this and that. I'm sorry, but I don't feel bad for you. For one, look, if you're white and you're homeless, you've done something really wrong in your life, because let's just be honest. The majority of people that are of that demographics have a backing. Not in ways that, let's say, other immigrant groups or people of minorities and things of that nature. And I know a lot of people are going to watch this and think, oh, this is social justice, like, oh, you're a liberal or this and that. First of all, you don't know anything about my political views, where I stand on certain subjects and matters at hand. But one thing that I do know is that this whole entire storyline of being homeless is an absolute fraud. Okay, now, what fighter coming up is not homeless? Do you know how many fighters that I've known growing up and seeing around gyms in California, all throughout Sacramento, lived in gyms, or not only that, lived with a buddy or lived in their car just to try and get a fight or try to get some training in? Bodybuilders in Venice Beach sort of had the same story. Arnold Schwarzenegger comes to mind. Not even that. In the fighting world, Ronda Rousey comes to mind, right? She talks about being homeless, but man, look at your mom. She's a doctor or whatever, and you come from a very privileged background. So with that in mind, I really don't feel bad for any of these people talking about, oh, well, I was homeless or this and that. That's just a God honest truth. And look, I know a lot of people are going to look at this and say, well, you know what, Joe Pfeiffer could beat your behind or this and that. Bro, understand this, right? Anybody who trains mixed martial arts knows that you can't just go and knock somebody out on the spot just because you have more of an accolades than the next guy or more accomplished than the next guy. Anybody who's trained or has sparred with other people know that it's a lot more complicated than that. And you know what? Here's another thing. If you want to talk about harming one person or another in the streets, guess what? Fighting is not the only thing that I do. Mixed martial arts or training in mixed martial arts or Muay Thai is not the only thing that I would do, and the other elements that I'll bring along with it. So that's that. So understand this. Joe Pfeiffer is a fraud for claiming that he's homeless or this and that, and he wants the world to feel bad for him. Now, this has nothing to do with how he's going to do against Kelvin Gastelum. In fact, speaking of Kelvin Gastelum, I think there's a lot to take into this fight, being that, hey, it's a 50-50 fight. Joe Pfeiffer has been on a hot streak coming into this fight, and Kelvin Gastelum, well, you know what? He's sort of a shell of his old self right now, right? Coming off of a loss with Jack Hermanson and a unanimous decision back last year in February, then comes back and beats Marc-Andre Barral in UFC 303 in the first round. By the way, that got performance of the night. And then prior to that, he had a technical submission, a triangle choke against Abdul Razak Al Hassan, and then knocks out Gerald Mershon. So he's a good fighter. He's a good fighter. Now, what about in comparison to, let's say, Kelvin Gastelum? Let's see where Kelvin Gastelum has been in the last couple of fights. Okay, so here we go. Daniel Rodriguez, he gets a unanimous decision against him, and that was in Saudi Arabia. Prior to that, he loses to Sean Brady by submission Kimura. No shame in that. Sean Brady just submitted Leon Edwards. I think it's safe to say that Sean Brady is probably one of the best grapplers in the division right now. In fact, probably the best submission artist in the division. So there's no shame in that. He does get a win over Chris Curtis prior to that. Loses to a unanimous decision against Jared Cannonier. How I see this fight, I don't see this going anywhere outside of the scorecards. In other words, I see this going within the distance. 3-round decision maybe for Kelvin Gastelum. Yeah, I think Kelvin Gastelum is going to out-wrestle Joe Pfeiffer here. I think that, and I'm not just saying that because of what I said earlier, right? Again, I really think that his story, all this homeless stuff, is just a fraud to me, and I think that it's just a virtue signaling way of him trying to garner attention to everybody else. So, with that in mind, let's go over the rest of the cards. Not really a full breakdown or anything like that, just to sort of shout out everybody that's in the card. The card is going to start with Markel Medeiros taking on Austin Hubbard, Jamal Emmers taking on Gabriel Miranda, Vince Pichel taking on Rafa Garcia, Lupi Godinez takes on Julia Polasatri, Christian Rodriguez takes on Costa, Jose Daniel Medina takes on Gutierrez, and then CJ Varaga takes on Edgar Chiraz, and that is the whole entire preliminary card. Now, going into the main card, you got Ronaldo Rodriguez taking on Kevin Borjas, Simon Oliveira taking on David Martinez. How about this? Rahul Rojas Jr. taking on Vince Morales, and then Kelvin Gastelum taking on Joe Pfeiffer, Manuel Torres taking on Drew Dober, and the main event, Brandon Moreno taking on Steve Erzeg. Now, what do I like about the Steve Erzeg and the Brandon Moreno fight? Obviously, Steve Erzeg got a title shot very early on, right? And we all saw what happened. Now we get to see how he does against the former champion. How did Brandon Moreno do prior to this fight? So prior to this fight, obviously the former champion is coming off of a win against Amir Albazi in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. That was a headline card, I believe, that they main evented. And then prior to that, loses to Brandon Royval by a split decision in Mexico City, which was literally last year, right? So this was a Mexico City card from last year of February. And then loses to Alex Pantoja in UFC 290. I don't think I covered that fight. I believe I was in Disneyland while that fight was going on, but I did do a post-fight reaction to that fight. So I do remember that fight vividly well. In fact, I was watching that fight while fireworks were going on at Disneyland, so a little fun fact in that. So he beats Davison Figueroa when Davison Figueroa was really hot, and in Brazil, in his home country. How do I see this go for Brandon Moreno? I think he's going to win this one against Steve Erzeg. I mean, obviously, Steve Erzeg is unproven. He got a title shot because he stringed up a couple of wins. He's from Australia and things of that nature. But other than that, I think this is an easy win for Brandon Moreno. And I'm going to leave off this video with the main topic at hand, is that Joe Pfeiffer is a fraud. I'm sorry. He may be the greatest fighter to have ever lived, maybe in the future. Who knows? And again, you never know what career trajectory any of these fighters will go. For all we know, he might fall off. But either way, the main topic at hand is that his whole entire story of being homeless is an absolute fraud to me. And if you believe it, then I don't think you really understand people's true struggles out there in the world, especially people that are getting bombed and living in destitute, living in poverty in crazier parts of the world. Again, nothing but first world problems. But either way, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. Main needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here and you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always tapping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit? Nigga comes to beat your fucking ass. Like, man. Fuck you up. You would never see it coming. So for those of y'all...
A city like LA, that's one of the cities you got.
All right, so just so you guys know right now, you guys are in the bonus stream right now. Right now, I have my live stream going for the UFC's fight night. As soon as the fight night starts, I will be cutting this stream off, and I will get right into the stream for UFC's Mexico. But obviously, this is going to be a little preview. This is going to be a bonus stream. I've been now on for approximately, I would say about maybe 2 or 3 to 4 hours now. And I'm starting to stream already for UFC's Mexico. So we're going to get that on and popping. It is on right now. The live stream is already happening. And we will have a preview to the fights right now while we await the... well, I think we sort of already covered, you know, the previews to this fight. What we're going to do is... I guess just go on a little bonus stream, go over some of the things that we had originally talked about earlier while this stream is going on. So I'm sort of double dipping in a stream right now. I literally have like 2 live streams going on at once. The other live stream right now is on, yeah, it's basically, well, let me just show you what it's looking like right now. So that's the stream that I got going on right now. Tap into that stream as well as you are tapping into this one. So we are going to have, yeah, 2 streams going on at once right now, just to kind of get some numbers up on this one as well. Earlier we reacted to Conor McGregor's BKFC press conference. We were talking about Big U. As a matter of fact, let's continue on with that particular story of Big U. In the meantime, what I'm going to do is have some sort of something play. Okay, well, we could leave that for now. Hold on just a second. So let's play Big U.
Got to be on point. Like, that's one spot I don't play. They knew what time I landed. They knew what hotel I was at before I landed. Oh, the first time I go out there, I was like, man, we gotta go pull up on Big U. When we first pull up, I see him and Wack talking. And in my mind, I'm like, first blood versus crew. They sitting here talking, having a conversation. Right. So my mind, this is my first time going out there. He was like, yeah, man, we knew what time you landed. I'm like, oh, yeah, different. He was like, yeah, you over there, you in the hotel room, Then what you call, get your bag, that's your driver? I was like, oh, yeah, that's different. So at the same time, I said that to say, they're checking it, be real.
Okay, so right now we're going to react to Compton Rick Rock's video he just put out recently. Big U want to know why WAC 100 and 600 wasn't picked up by the feds. So a little interesting video that once again goes into the Big U storyline. So let's react to this.
Yo, what up? It's Compton Rick Rock with Compton Rick Rock TV, and we back with some more content for my boy Witty Apparatus. Y'all go over there and check out his channel. He always got good content going on over there. But before we get into all that, man, y'all like, comment, share, and subscribe to my channel. And hit that notification bell so y'all can always catch my videos. Let's get to this with no further delay, man. It's my boy Nina Boy. And the title is Nina Boy on Big U blaming WAC 100 and 600 for getting him locked up. Let's see what they talking about.
Onto some more stuff involving loose cannon, man. And this is the big topic that we're going to get to today. We're going to be here for a while, man. So, there's recently this huge indictment, Operation Drawdown in Los Angeles, man. And it's targeted at prominent members in the Rolling 60 Crips, right? And some of the guys who, you know, a lot of people consider the boogeyman. I'm talking about your OGs, like the guy by the name of OG Bearclaw, the guy Vay, and also, you know, Big U. So these guys were taken down in the indictment along with 18.
Is it safe to say that the Rolling 60s has made some content for us on this internet this month? Man, it all started with Loose Cannon and Cowboys squabbing out there in Barstow, and then it led to this content right here. And it got the internet smoking. All the content creators is cut.
Yeah, from what it seems right now, Big U looks like he's facing like 100 years or so. Wow, that's crazy stuff, man.
And I think this gonna last for quite some time. And I told somebody today, I said, man, y'all think it's gonna be a movie that's gonna come out of this? And they say, man, you never.
Yeah, there's definitely a movie coming out of this. This is movie-worthy stuff right here.
No, this right here is it's something that we haven't seen. I haven't seen no Ricos. I haven't seen the Rico out here, but this one right here is definitely taking over the internet wave right here in Southern California.
Other people in total plus Big U. Now, this situation has gone crazy online. When you first heard it, what did you think?
On a professional level, on some gangster level, which one you want? Because I can give you either one.
Yeah, give me both.
On a gangster level,
I like that answer. He says, do you want it on a professional level or on a gangster level? I like that.
Oh, what we signed up for. You see what I'm saying? We're not going to put paint where it ain't. Act like we didn't build our names on being somebody who had to earn their stripes. Remember I told you, with men, we have to earn our value. You know what I'm saying? It's not given to us. But on a professional level, I'm going to look at the accolades of the positivity of what you've done. But sometimes, I tell people all the time, you got to be Malcolm to become Martin. You know what I'm saying? And Martin was nonviolent. So that tells you that you had to be Malcolm to become Martin. You know what I'm saying? And I know as his age, he want people to look at the good he's doing now and not of his past. So, you know, when I seen him, you know, on his last video, I said, nah, this is not the smartest thing for an OG to really do at the end, because you implementing yourself of.
Yeah, that's true, man. At a certain age, right, you do have to grow up, and I kind of see what he's saying here on that one.
Straying away from the same people that you got to fight this RICO case with. That would give people ammunition to turn on you. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get it. That's your point. And
that was the dumbest shit I ever seen, man. I don't think that was cool. I don't think that he was supposed to film himself while he's basically on the run, whatever he was doing before he turned himself in, and then to get on there and blame somebody else. Why y'all ain't locked him up? Man, that right there was some whole shit, man. You was supposed to go get your lawyer and turn yourself in, trying to implement somebody in what you was doing. That wasn't cool at that moment. They was looking for you. They wasn't looking for the names that you named. So when I seen it, I was like, man, this dude tripping, man. That ain't no gangster shit at all.
I'm not trying to cut you off, but to your point, even the news locally, they did so much positive coverage on Big U that the news lady covering the story was like, puzzled, was like, you know, she was like, you know, it put them in a weird place. But they were complicated in this, you know, or felt it was a complicated situation. Because, you know, in the later years, all the publicity we've got in Big U was him being a community activist, him being a gang activist, him helping people out.
Shout outs to Watch Clown Show. What's poppin', blood? What's crackin', cuz? Shout out to you, my man.
But you know, the indictment painted a different picture.
Right. Well, you know, when it come down to it, it's gonna be a lot of gangsters gonna look at it like, damn, bro, like, we know the good that you've done, you know what I'm saying? But when you got put in that hot seat, you played it as I'm a saint. And, you know, all that shit. So a lot of people, and I'm just being transparent because it's going to be the good and the bad. A lot of people are like, bro, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, like, we don't go out like that. And
by the way, shout outs to Compton, Rick Rock, and Nina Boy. I'm reacting to both of them right now on this particular regard while we're waiting for UFC Mexico.
Now, I get it. He want to save face because he got his family and all that, but
You know, he was just like he was hurt because the people that he would have rolled for obviously wouldn't ride for him. But when we get caught up in these situations, man, it ain't no playing the victim. It ain't no playing, oh man, they just picking on me. I'm just little old me. No, nigga, we straight dudes. You know what I'm saying? It's integrity involved. Nina Boy got a point there, man. You know, shout out to all the positivity that he did do, looking out for the kids and all the good stuff that he did. But at the same time, when you in the street still doing street shit, then that comes with it, homie. You already know, man. Eventually it's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? And when it happened, you was supposed to ride that out, go get your lawyer, let them do the talking. You was not supposed to get on the internet and try to blame other people why they not in jail. Nigga, they looking for you. They ain't looking for them. If they looking for them, they'll come get them just like they got you. He wasn't supposed to do that. I agree with you on that one, Nina Boy. What y'all think in the comment?
Yeah, I agree with that, right? What you got going on has nothing to do with what the next man has going on.
Session, do y'all think that he was supposed to stay quiet, get his lawyer and let them talk? Or was it cool what he did, riding around with his family in the car and saying all the things that he said before he got busted? Hey, man, don't got nothing on me, man. I'll see y'all when I get on. That's how we do it. We don't do all of that, oh, I'm just this good person, all that Adam and Eve stuff, because we know at the end of the day, if they go back and because social media run the world, you know, they got him on video chunking up the game. They got him at the hood days. They got all that. But then when the news painted you as this mafia godfather type of dude, I would have never said nothing. I'd be like, okay, cool. That's what they are? Cool. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think a lot of people was kind of like, damn, man, if we seen a vulnerable moment from Big U. We seen a vulnerable moment of somebody can try to trigger that and presume he's weak when we know he's he's an intelligent man, and he's a positive man. But and we really from the streets, but when we get on camera and we just play like we just this sanctified dude, then you know, who are we if we can't be ourselves through the whole line?
Nah, I agree. That's a great point. Because before he turned himself in, you know, there was a lot of news about he was on the run and whatnot. And when he the news kicked off that he was going to turn himself in. I thought it would be something like, you know, what you said. Like he'd be like, yo, I'm gonna go in here, I'm gonna fight this. You know, they can't stop a real one. You know, your typical stuff. But he went to talking about like, oh man, 600 and whack 100. And we're gonna get to that as well. And then he went to talking about, man, they've been cutting me off, and if you my friends and you ain't gonna look out for me, it was just a different picture of what you would expect. You know what I mean?
Wow, man, that's some cold work right there, man. Real cold work.
Yeah, I think that was probably not the smartest move for him, because the way you implicated them in accusing and accusations towards, oh, these are the dudes trying to take me down, it kind of made them. I would assume like, hey, yo, now you gave them to. Regardless of how we feel about Whack 100, how we feel about 600, whatever role that they played on the internet by trolling him and by going at him and bringing up all these cases, whatever that case may be, you wasn't supposed to do that. You was supposed to say, you know what, I'm going to just sit back and let my lawyer do the talking. But while you putting them in it, that made it seem like, dude, you keep on talking about, oh, they telling on me, they doing this and they doing that, but now.
Yeah, man. So, let's get to, well, okay, yeah, let's continue this on for a little bit.
When you actually get caught, they looking for you. You bring up these people name. They was trolling you. And it's another video out who they really got. They really breaking down who did some telling and who got him locked up. Man, it's not, y'all thinking it's these guys, totally different from the video that I seen earlier. Ammunition to reach out to Whack, to reach out to 600. Yo, y'all life might be in danger, because the way he said it, he made it seem like y'all the reason why he in jail. But it, you know, everything we've seen so far is only just a summary. There's no discovery. There's no actual evidence. We don't even. This is just a summary of what is going to be displayed. They was already looking
I mean, they was already on him way before 600 even hit the internet. Before 600 even started saying what he was saying about him, they was already on him. Y'all look at the indictment paper, they've been on him since 2020.
Oh, wow. Man, they've been watching him since 2020. That's crazy.
600 went nowhere on the internet in 2020. So they already had a trail on him. What they was talking about was when shit. They was talking about some shit that was already, that somebody told him, and that wasn't nothing. But at the same time, what y'all think about in the comment section? Because it ain't my opinion. It ain't what I think. These are just my opinion. What do y'all think? Do y'all think they played a role in this? Or do y'all think that they was already on him? He didn't know his karma came back to bite him in the ass. What y'all think?
Yeah, I think it's karma by the end of the day. That's really what it is.
In the case of this RICO, right now, everything that they're saying is the government using a high power word. They want to make sure that they paint him as a villain. In our community, we're going to always see Big U, Eugene Henley, as a positive motivator. We're going to see him for the good he do. But no matter how good we see him as, and what the evidence they got towards him, we can't persuade the average American of the evidence of how they portray it. That's the thing with common law. You know, we might say he's a saint. Look, I always say, look, y'all want to get you up out of here, but who gonna take care of these youth if he don't? Ain't nobody stepping up to the plate. Them little kids, the gang intervention, that's it.
I mean, you know, that's true, but at the same time, if they're gonna go after him for a crime, it is what it is.
Works. He really puts it down when it comes to showing these kids it's another way.
I can't say that. I know a homie that I was locked up with in juvenile hall, and he's working right now. I think he work at one of them little train stations or something like that. But he was like, man, it's the longest I've ever had a job. I ain't never been out of jail this long and had a job. And we did see giving cliques out and doing stuff for them kids that was on that football field. But at the same time, it's like, these people are definitely going to paint this picture of you being exactly who they got everybody on the internet looking at you as, because they want you. Once they want you, that's their job, to make everybody turn to get against you. It don't matter how much good you done. Once you doing something for your people, they coming to get you. Because the negative, the stuff that you did in your past or whatever you did, they gonna use that. They gonna hang that over your head. Yeah, we got your ass. You don't do what we want you to do, we got your ass, Mr. Postman.
Now, what he do on his free time when he ain't doing his positive humanitarian work, we can't touch that. We can't touch that. We can say what we see he do, but if them Elroy's got you on some other shit, stand up, be a man about it, and hey, man, ain't lying. I mean, I'll see y'all when I beat it. And if you ain't beat it, you just come on like a man, 10 toes down, like gum on the ground. We don't portray like, oh, I'm a victim. None of that, because we have to earn our value in the streets. We don't get the luck playing like we're just so perfect. So you get me? Prove it. If you can't prove it.
Yeah, look, that's a good point. One of the things that I really can't stand is when people try to play social justice warrior and gangster at the same time. Like, you can't be both, honestly. That's really what it comes down to. You just can't be both.
Knock it off.
Nah, facts. Nah, man, well said. Now, what's even crazier is the situation, like you said, with locally. Like, and you know, we've been doing this a long time. I've been blogging a long time, and you know, I've read a lot of.
Y'all go over there to Woody Apparatus page and check out the rest of this. Nina, boy, you did a good job, boy, on all these interviews that you're doing. You really spinning so they could get it. Y'all go over there and check that out, man. This case right here gonna be around at least for a year, man. It gets deeper and deeper. They coming out with new stuff every time you look up, and this stuff.
All right, so with that, yeah, let's look up my boy Rich Trapper's reaction to this one.
Listen up. If you've been injured in a recent car accident, what you do next can make or break how much money you get. Here's the biggest mistake I see people making after a car accident. Talking to insurance companies or rushing to an attorney right away. This can actually hurt your claim. They're focused on paying you as little as possible, but there's a better way to get the maximum money that you deserve. Click the link below and use the Case Connect compensation calculator. In less than 60 seconds,
Lavalve asks, are products for self-tanning being made? I don't know, man. I'm not much of a self-tanner myself, so I wouldn't know that one.
Put you in touch with a Case Connect specialist who knows exactly how to get you the biggest.
Watch. It's up to my speculation. I don't got no proof. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a judge. I'm not a cop like Officer Rat Run Hunter and Snitch Hunter. All I know is when I can see what's in front of me, and all I know is this is all protected under the Fair Usage Act of what's going on the internet and social media and blah, blah, blah. So if you're mad about this and you don't like this, you might just want to turn it off because I don't got no liability. I ain't telling nobody to say yes. Ain't nobody telling nobody to say no. All I'm telling you is the facts of what happened according to what happened based upon what's going on this internet space. So with that all being said, man, listen to this at your own discretion. You a grown mother chucker. You a grown mother chucker. What's the deal, y'all? What's the deal, y'all? We're trying to type of NT and Trappers Dog. You back the same, like cracking the same, man. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe. More of the content we got going on here at TNN Trappers Network. Get news, your views, get knowledge, you thought you ain't finna get nobody's college, you know, big dog, tap in with that, tap in, make sure in fact, tap in with that, get tap in, you feel me, man, like, comment, subscribe, make sure you get that good, get subscribe up, everything we got going on here at TNN Trappers Network. It's that news and you can use and send knowledge, you thought you ain't finna get nobody's college, you know, big dog, tap in with that, tap in, make sure in fact, tap in with that, get tap in, everything we got going on. Man at the Garden Freestyle out now, please don't touch my, it got a body on it out now, Fairy Tales out now, as well as, Boogeyman out now. Get into that if you ain't got into that. And I need y'all to get into richtraphouse.com. Tap in with richtraphouse.com. If you don't want to hear me talk, go over to Scandalous Los Angeles. Boom. Most hated. Make sure y'all get into that. They must have a new Scandalous Los Angeles. You got a new page. Oh, this is the new page. Okay. So make sure y'all get in this most Scandalous Los Angeles. Tap in with them. Show them some love. You want to see this video without hearing me speak. An individual. Go ahead. If you want to hear me speak, we're going to jump into this Tatiana. Wack admits to putting loose cannon on a tap phone with an informant. Let's get into it. Let's go.
Wow. On a tap phone with an informant? What's going on here?
Who's playing some dirty games in this paperwork. Now, as we broke down, right now we got one main individual who's playing some dirty games in this paperwork. Now, as we broke down when we covered this big indictment, there's confidential informants, multiple witnesses in multiple areas. And we also have some snitches on the forecast as well. But we're not talking about probabilities in this video. We only gonna talk about facts. So we know there's an individual that they refer to as CW1.
And this is where a lot of people start referencing WAC 100 as CS2 back.
Down his profile, his case history, and what information he provides.
Shoutouts to Flex Gotti. What's going on, my man?
Now, I'm going to keep it real. I'm on to that dude. But I'm not 100% for sure that is who I think it is. So we're not going to put that out there because, we're not here to make allegations in terms of who's snitching. We're going to tell you exactly who it is. And a lot of people, of course, they wanted to be WAC 100.
He's snitching, but he ain't that type of snitch. He a different type of snitch.
Of course, they wanted to be WAC 100. Of course, they wanted to be WAC 100. They wanted to be 600. They wanted to be 600. They wanted to be 600. Rick, baby. We know Loose Cannon's already telling. He's self-snitching. He's implicated himself. But this individual right here is also snitching on Loose Cannon. Snitching on Loose Cannon. But as of right now, we gotta say factually, it's none of them other dudes. But you know the saying, when life gives you limits, you end up with Dale Morrison.
Welcome back to Scandalous Los Angeles TV, where we expose the exposers.
Scandalous Los Angeles.
The moment we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. No more speculation. No more waiting. CS2 back, realizing the walls are closing in, has been forced to come clean about his role in the case, involving Big U. After all his efforts to stay untouchable in the hip-hop world, today marks the end of his charade. CS2 back.
Y'all notice that WAC, I'm gonna get into that nigga.
Also known as Porky the Pit Poodle Porch Monkey, Pyru police officer, has confessed to aiding the feds in Big U's indictment by helping the feds secure the wiretap between Loose Cannon and victim number 1, Dale Morrison. But here's the twist. Porky doesn't just have a connection with victim number 1. Soon, it'll...
That's crazy because Wack has the connection with the snitch.
be revealed that he has ties to someone else listed in the paperwork. With this information about to surface, Wack is scrambling to get in front of it, knowing that the truth will soon be in the public eye.
I know the nigga personally. I know Victor One. I know him. Did business with him. He was just a...
I know Victim 1. Did business with him. Business with him. Business with him. Business with him. Victim 1 is the snitch. Victim 1 is the nigga telling about the weed shop and all that kind of shit. Wooty bam, wooty bam, wooty bam. We ain't gonna say no names. But Victim 1 is the one telling about the weed shops. I know Victim 1. I did business with him. This nigga's part of this.
I know the nigga. Nigga named Dale. They call him Monster. Nigga do Regis Christian book shows. I know the nigga.
You know the nigga. You know the victim. Okay. Snitchy. Better find him out. It's getting snitchy in his... It's getting real snitchy in this mother...
Because they was both just on my phone in October. And Dale was working all the way up into March 15th. March 14th. Which let me know when they was having that phone call, Dale's phone was hot.
Porky just said that he had Lucy and Dale on a three-way phone call back in October. Then Porky said he just so happened to realize that at the time he put Dale and Lucy on a three-way call, Dale's phone was tapped.
That is Barnacles. You put your right-hand man on a hot phone call. Barnacles.
So, yes, I got the whole call. Call up. Bad mothers, bad business. I said and thought about it. I said, them niggas just called me in October. Twice. October 14th, October 15th.
Porky just said that
You just admitted that these niggas just called you twice. You put your homie on a hot call. Barnacles.
as the calls recorded, and that he facilitated these three-way calls 2 different times.
So, again, how are you not in the indictment?
Porky also knew the exact dates of these calls.
And these niggas was having this conversation. Dale said he had to turn himself in December. He said what? Big U's hot, he worked.
So according to Porky, the
You know
informant...
what's crazy? That's actually in the paperwork, but switched up a little bit. He didn't say Big U's hot, he's working. He said Wack is hot and he's working. That's actually what the paperwork said. And it's not that Dale told Wack Big U is hot and he's working. Dale told Big U that Wack was hot and he was working. So Wack's trying to pretend like Big U was the one that was a snitch and Big U was the one that had dirt on him and Dale was giving him that information, but that's a lie. It's actually the opposite. Big U was giving that information about Wack 100.
But in Big U's case came to him and told him that Big U was an informant. Now that we know this informant fed that narrative to Porky, it's time to start questioning everyone who's been pushing the same narrative. Who else has been backing up this story? Who else has been repeating these claims? It's time to start looking at those pushing this narrative in a whole new light. But the crazy part about all of this is what Porky says next. As you listen to this, remember, this is the King Exposer, the one who's made it his mission to call out anyone he deems a rat. He spent all this time exposing others, but let's see how he handles this
Man, this is some crazy work we're listening to right now. This is some crazy work. Don't forget to like and subscribe, y'all.
informant. What he's about to reveal will make you question everything he's said and done up until now.
Kid, I'm not gonna lie. He admitted it. I told him Big U been extorting me. Kid, I'm not gonna lie. He admitted it. I worked it. I told him Big you been extorting. Kid, I'm not gonna lie. He admitted it. I worked it. I told him Big
Look at that. He's playing that over and over and over again right there.
been extorting.
Wack is a snitchy on it.
That nigga. Wack, when I did business with you, it was real business. Even when I owed your people, you sat down to me, it was fair business. We made a deal, we negotiated, you shook hands, you left me with the people. Whenever I sent you money to deliver orders, you always deliver.
Porky just said that Dale Morrison, who is victim number 1 in Big U's indictment, told him that he told the feds that Big U was extorting him. This is Porky letting you know that he's known.
So Wack 100. This nigga went and told the feds that Big U was extorting him, told you that he told the feds that, and you continue to kick it with him? Interesting. Interesting.
About this the entire time. Porky is supposed to be an exposer, but never ever has.
That sounds like a snitch right there. Sounds like a snitch right there.
He let us know that Dale was telling on Big U. Instead, he's been pushing Dale's narrative with him, saying Big U was working. I want you guys to let that sink in. Now you guys know why Adam 22 hired Porky at no jumper. Now, listen to what this slimy bastard has to say next.
But these niggas want to come over here
He said slimy bastard. Listen to what this slimy bastard had to say.
playing with me, right? And then him and Luz got to talking about whatever they was talking about. Thinking about it is like, yeah, this is gonna turn out duck because they was just on my phone in October, and Dale and Luz Cannon was wide open with their conversation.
They was just on my phone in October. On your phone in October. Mind you, this is a wiretap call. On your phone in October. Him and Loose Cannon having wide open conversations on your phone in October. Barnacles.
But these niggas want to come over here playing with me, right? And then him and Luz got to talking about whatever they was talking about. Thinking about it is like, yeah, this is gonna turn out duck because they was just on my phone in October, and Dale and Luz Cannon was wide open with their conversation.
Please understand what just unfolded. Porky has just revealed that the informant in Big U's case came to him, admitting he was working with the feds, and had told them that Big U was extorting him. Porky then set up 2 separate 3-way calls between the informant and Loose Cannon, both of which told them that Big U...
Man, what a setup. That's an insane setup right there.
...was extorting him. Porky then set up 2 separate 3-way calls between the informant...
So this man tells you that he's being extorted by Big U, and then you decide to set up 3-way calls with him. Interesting. With Loose Cannon. With Loose Cannon, of all people. Got it.
...and Loose Cannon, both of which were intercepted by the feds. Porky knew Dale's phone was tapped because Dale had already told him he was working with the feds against Big U. Now think back to when Whack-A-Rat brought Lucy on No Jumper. None of the fake stories he told mattered, because in hindsight, it's clear the feds didn't care about anything else but getting Lucy to corroborate Dale's dispensary extortion story. This is the true reason CS2 back. It's clear the feds didn't care about anything else but getting Lucy to corroborate Dale's dispensary extortion.
So Wack 100 put Loose Cannon in a position to tell the story of Big U robbing a dispensary, all in an attempt to make sure that it's lining up with the confidential witness informant from the FBI story. You cannot continue to say that Wack's not having a hand in it.
Man, that right there is crazy stuff, man. It's hard to deny all that. Really hard.
You put Loose Cannon in a position to admit to this. You encourage him to admit to it. You know he's an idiot. You encourage him to admit to it. You did what you had to do to make sure that he could say what he had to say, to be a part of this Flu Flam, Skull Dug, and this larceny. And here you are slithering away. If y'all can't see Wack's involvement in all this right now, you don't want to see it.
Ocean story. This is the true reason CS2 back had Lucy and Dale on that 3-way call. With all this about to come to light, Porky is scrambling to get ahead of it. That's why he's finally coming clean, dropping this piece of information before it all unravels. He knows the clock is ticking, and he's doing everything he can to control the narrative before the full truth comes crashing down.
I know the nigga personally. I know Victor One. I know him. Did business with him. He was just a motherfucker. Yeah, I know him. I know the nigga. Nigga named Dale. They call him Monster. Nigga do read the script, bring him book shows. I know the nigga. Now Luke could all the way up. Luke up because they was both just on my phone in October. And Dale was working all the way up into March 15th. March 14th was let me know when they were had loose cannon all on the phone with this nigga. Was having that phone call. Dale's phone was hot. So yes, I got the whole call. Call bad mothers, bad business. I said and thought about it. I said, so they on the phone. So you got two criminals. You got an informant and a criminal on the phone talking. Everybody talking freely, blah, blah, blah. You're the only one who coincidentally just don't have no crimes going on. You have nothing to contribute, so why are you around? How do they trust you to be around if you don't have no dealings? Unless they think you got dealings. Unless you say you got dealings, but you're really working with them people. Because I can't understand that. That doesn't make any type of actual sense. Not even a little bit. Why would you, like, think about it. Why would a bunch of criminals be comfortable talking to you on the phone unless they think that you're one of them, but you're secretly a cop? Crazy. Them niggas just called me in October. Twice. October 14th, October 15th. And these niggas was having this conversation. Dale said he had to turn himself in December. He said, what? Big, you was hot. You work it. I'm not gonna lie. He admitted it. I work it. I told him, Big, you been extorting that nigga. Whack, when I did business with you, it was real business. Even when I owed your people, shut down to me, it was fair business. We made a deal, we negotiated, you shook hands, you left me with the people. Whenever I sent you money to deliver orders, you always left. But these niggas want to come over here playing with me, right? And then him and Luz got to talking about whatever they was talking about. Thinking about it is like, yeah, this is going to turn out duck. Because they was just on my phone in October. And Dale and Luz Cannon was wide open with their conversation. Red dots to the left, y'all know the rest. Free Avenue, ain't no tweets, free. We are gone. I was trying to type it in T and try to do number back.
Hey guys, welcome to TenShare. If you have forgotten your iPhone passcode, it will cause your device to display iPhone unavailable. If you're not sure how to fix it, you can check the link here. Apple provides a detailed solution there. In today's video, we will try Apple's official method and walk you through the complete operation process. If your iPhone doesn't support the official method, we'll provide other unlocking solutions to help you. Let's get started. First, let's take a look at the prerequisites for Apple's official method. Your device needs to meet these three requirements. If your device doesn't meet them, you'll need to try the second method in the video. On iPhones running iOS 17, after entering the wrong passcode and triggering the iPhone unavailable screen, you'll see the forgot passcode option at the bottom. On iPhones running iOS 15 or iOS 16, you need to enter the wrong passcode 3 more times before seeing the erase this iPhone option. The function is the same as the forgot passcode option. You can use this option to reset your iPhone. You'll need to enter your Apple ID password to sign out. If your iPhone is using an eSIM, you can choose to keep or delete it. Then, your iPhone will begin resetting, erasing the lock screen passcode. This process may take about 10 minutes, so please be patient. Once the reset is complete, your iPhone will display the hello screen. You'll need to go through the setup process to restore your iPhone. In the transfer screen, you can use iCloud or a previous backup file to restore your data. If your iPhone doesn't support Apple's official method, you can try the next solution. Solution 2. Unlock your iPhone using computer. You'll need to download TenorShare 4 UK via the link in the video description. It helps you unlock your iPhone easier and faster. You'll need to connect your iPhone to a computer. Once 4 UK is launched, you'll see the Unlock iOS 3 option. Then click Start. Follow the on-screen instructions to put your iPhone into recovery mode. Press volume up, then volume down, and finally hold the side power button. Once your iPhone powers off and enters recovery mode, release the button. 4 UK will then detect your iPhone and provide a firmware download. You'll need to click Download. After the download is complete, click Start to remove. Your iPhone will begin resetting to remove the lock screen passcode. This process will take about 10 minutes. After it's complete, your iPhone will reboot, and you'll need to set it up again. This method is suitable for users who are unfamiliar with unlocking iPhones. It's stable and easy to use. If you encounter the iPhone locked to other screen, you'll need to enter your Apple ID and password to activate it. Solution 3. Reset iPhone using iCloud. If your device is logged in with an Apple ID and connected to the internet, you can try resetting your device via the Open a browser and go to iCloud.com/find. Then log in with your Apple ID. You'll see the devices linked to your Apple ID. Find the locked iPhone, and you'll see the Erase This Device option below. Follow the instructions and re-enter your Apple ID password. Once done, click Erase, and your iPhone will start resetting within a few minutes. Wait patiently until the reset is complete. Afterward, just go through the setup process. That's it.
Because you got Dana White now going into TKO. I wanted to talk to you about that, by the way, since you're a big boxing guy, and Dana White has announced in the media fight week for UFC London this week. He was in London, talking about it. He's saying that once he leaves London tonight and flies back to Las Vegas, he's working on TKO boxing in the remainder of the springtime, and then he's going to try to get a fight in the summer, coincided with UFC International Fight Week. What do you think about all this? Dana White building his own league by the help of Turkey El-Sheikh.
Yeah, bro. To be honest, it's crazy because I never thought that this would happen, And now it's happening. It's like, I can't believe it is happening, because it's like a UFC and boxing collaboration thing, And I think a lot more interest will be taken in both sports as well. It's good for both sports in a way, you get me?
Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, you see with what Turkey has done, he's making the best fight the best, and you can only appreciate that, to be honest. A lot of boxers are getting exposed though, you know, but it's only for the benefit of the sport, you get me? Because then we really get to find out who's actually really the best boxer in their weight division, you get me? And I like the fact that there's one belt as well. I respect it, you know? You gotta respect the fact that there's one belt and not like 4 belts for like 4 paper champions, you get me? That one belt is for the best boxer in that division. So I can only commend Turkey Al-Sheikh for it because as a boxing fan, we want to see the best fights, innit? And likewise with UFC, bro. We're gonna get the best fights with Turkey involved.
You know what Dana White also said during Media Week this week, right, when he was talking to Adam Control, was that he said that now you can foresee boxers who are, let's say, considered journeyman fighters, i.e. Derek Chisora, right, make championship money. I look at it like, Derek Chisora was already doing that, but I think we're going to see more Derek Chisora and Jorge Masvidal and Nate Diaz types in boxing. Because if you had a record, an MMA record, that's similar to a boxing record like that of Nate Diaz, I mean, you would be a journeyman boxer.
Yeah, facts, bro. But you know what? You know, all because of Turkey Al-Sheikh, he's giving people opportunities, man.
Right.
You know what I mean? And, you know, he's changing people's lives, and you can only respect that, innit? You get what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, big time, man.
What did you think about the collaboration with Dana White and Turkey Al-Sheikh, you know?
Well, I like to see the pros and cons about this, right? The pros of this are always going to be for the fans, because obviously we're going to get all the fights that we want, and as content creators, we're going to get a lot of views covering these fights, so that's great for us. And one example of that is my big screen. One of the big screens that I've done online was the Bibble versus Arthur Benavidez fight, the first one. That was my first ever 10,000 screens.
That was sick fight. Oh, that was sick card as well.
So that's the trickle down effect that we get. So as fans, content creators, you know, even some of the fighters. But here's a con: not all of the fighters, because the biggest concern that people have is the pay structure. Now, Turkey Al-Sheikh is the head promoter, right? But Dana White is the president, and that's a problem. A little bit of a problem. Let me explain why. For the fighters, and that's where the con comes in. It's a con because a lot of these fighters are going to get underpaid, because guess who's doing the budgeting?
Dana White.
It's Dana White. So that's the problem, because he's going to
He underpays a lot of the UFC fighters as well, isn't it?
Yes. Even the high paid. You know who's the most who is the least paid fighter in the history of the UFC? You're not going to believe this. It's Conor McGregor.
No way.
You want to know why he's the least paid ever? Because he makes the most, but he also gets the most cut out of his supposed salary. If that makes any sense. So technically, I know that sounds like I'm saying that he's the biggest destitute out of all the fighters. He's not. He's just the most robbed out of all the fighters.
Okay. That's my fault.
So in other words, Mayweather, minimum he was supposed to get at least 150 million. He got 70, even less, maybe like 30 million.
Was that because of Dana White?
Oh yeah, because they allowed him to box. They're like, well, all right, we're gonna let you box because it's good for our bottom dollar, but we're gonna take this much. And even Mayweather has mentioned it.
That's a lot of money, bro.
Yeah, Paulie Malignaggi has definitely mentioned it. You'll hear him say it over and over again with his New York Italian accent. Well, yeah, you know, this guy, you know, he's the biggest, ever.
Yeah, I like that accent, man. Let's carry. You got that to a T there, bro. You know.
I grew up with those people, bro. I grew up I know I'm a West Coast dude, but I grew up in the East Coast.
It
So
sounds very similar, you know that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And I grew up with a lot of Italians in in the East Coast. So
yeah, we know them,
I understand the lingo.
Yeah, that's mad. Hey, I can't wait until, yeah, like you said, they are going to get underpaid, innit, the fighters, innit?
But not the big names, though.
Yeah, not the big names.
So when Dana White says that he's going to build a middle class for the journeyman fighters or the fighters that, are sort of like...
Is that what you said?
Yeah. What he means
that's
is that...
not bad.
Like Derek Chisora. Now, Derek Chisora may not be a champion, but he's a superstar.
Facts, bro. He's got a big following, you know?
You're not a superstar if you're not, if you're hanging out with, Nigel Farage and all that, regardless of, whatever political opinions they have about the guy. Nigel Farage has a big following. He's very well known. And if he knows you and you do content with him, like what Derek Chisora does, then, then you're a big deal. But that's why Trump sort of like, look, there's a lot of things that I can, criticize Trump about, but the one thing that I can say is that he makes a lot of our fighters seem bigger than what they are. And look, Conor McGregor was just in the White House. Did you know that? Did you see that clip with Conor at the White House?
I haven't seen it, but yeah, I heard of it.
He announced at the White House that he's going to run for the Prime Minister of Ireland.
Well, Conor McGregor?
Yeah, he's going to run as the Prime Minister of Ireland.
Bro, I don't think that's a good idea, bro.
Wait, say that again? You don't think it's a good idea?
I don't think it's a good idea, but you know what? Big up Ireland, they always support Palestine, innit? So I always support them, bro.
Bro, the Irish...
I don't know about Conor McGregor becoming like the Prime Minister.
What's that?
I don't know about Conor McGregor becoming a Prime Minister, bro, because you're not really a good example, is he?
Well, that's the thing. People in Ireland hate him, bro. That's why he has to move. That's why he's moving to America.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, bro. You know what's crazy about this, right? In 2015, Conor McGregor's full entire ethos was, hey, you know what? I can win a championship in Ireland. I don't gotta move anywhere. I represent my section. I represent where I'm from, and I'm gonna, die where I'm from. You know what I mean? It's cool traveling the world, but his whole entire spiel is that I represent Ireland completely. Well, where's all that now?
Yeah.
They're running him out of Ireland because of that case.
Yeah, man. A lot of Irish people, I'm not sure if they like him as well, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're not too fond of him, so I don't know what he's yeah, man. Like I don't know what he's thinking, bro. But I tell you what, man, cocaine is one good drug, bro. You know what I mean? And they good stuff because he's breaking all of that from Colombia when he was when he was running things.
Bro, there was one prediction that you told me. What was it? El-Kheer. I remember you were telling me he was definitely going to win that fight against Alex Pereira.
Correct.
I didn't know El-Kheer was Chechnyan as well, Dagestani, right?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that, man.
It's their, it's their language's version of Muhammad.
That's mad, bro.
Yeah.
So he's actually another Dagestani, bro. Can't believe it. There's quite a lot of them, isn't it? Yeah, they're running the sport, bro.
In the UFC right now, a heavyweight, Shamil Al-Ghaziev. Look him up.
I remember you telling me, yeah. He's coming up as well, isn't he?
You might see him with Tom Aspinall if Tom Aspinall beats John Jones. And you know what? And when Tom Aspinall beats John Jones, bro, he's gonna skyrocket from here. I'm talking like Joe Calzaghe level. Remember when Joe Calzaghe beat all those top Americans, right?
Yeah.
It's like it'll be like that. You know what I mean? Because you know how it is. You know, there's always the U.S. versus UK when it comes to like real big championship fights, right? And MMA is now, you know, not excluded from that. So just imagine when a UK guy beats an American guy, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a very big deal because that doesn't always happen. It's usually whether on Ricky Hatton type of situations.
Yeah, facts. That's crazy, man. So when is Makhachev back in the ring, bro?
Well, they were gonna line up Ilya Tokora.
Yeah.
They were like, nah, we're not gonna do that. They decided that, you know what, they're going to, because look, Islam does not want to fight another 145er.
Yeah, that's true.
He wants to fight somebody that is, I mean, it's not to say that he's not a challenge, but Islam cares about the optics. He beat Volkanovski twice already, right? The only reason why he had to fight him twice was because Volkanovski came in at a short notice.
Okay.
You know, on some Bacoldi versus Parker tip, like that.
Okay.
You know, so that's the only reason why he got knocked out in the second fight. And then Volkanovski had to go in there and fight Ilya Tokora to defend his title.
Yeah, I remember.
Now you're going to take one to time that you helped in a title because let's be honest, the reason why Ilya Tokora took out Volkanovski is because Islam softened up for him.
Facts.
All right, imagine that. You get hit by Islam, and then you got to go in there and fight this Spanish Jordan.
Yeah, Volkanovski was tough, bro. Don't get it twisted. Islam made it look easy, Makhachev did.
But Makhachev with him, and you know, and as a result,
he got him twice, didn't it?
Huh?
He beat him twice as well, didn't it?
Yeah.
So he definitely softened him up, bro.
145 belt to Ilya Tokora. He handed him the belt. He's like, here, let me knock this guy out so that it'll be easier for you.
Yeah, facts, bro, man.
And now he's like, well, all right, let's have him fight. And Islam was like, no, I'm not going to fight him. You know,
yeah.
I'm like, if we're going to fight, then what you can do is earn the title shot.
Okay.
You know what? You know who would be a good 155 fight for Ilya Tokora? There's a built-in storyline. Patty Pimpton.
Oh, is he gonna fight Tokora? Yeah.
No, but they have.
Oh, you'd like to see that?
Ilya Tokora and Patty fought in London. They sanitizer at each other. You know, like throwing bananas, like they
no
were
way.
eggs. Like at a hotel. They fought at a hotel room.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro.
You see what I'm saying? So there's a built-in storyline. Because Patty,
the storyline behind it.
Ilya, he said, mate, you know why the Russians terrorized you, mate? It's because you're a fucking sausage.
That's how they speak, isn't it? The Scousers.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Bro, you got that to a T, bro.
Ilya was like, no, I'm not having none of that. You know, so Ilya, confronted him, you know, at a hotel room, threw a hand sanitizer. No, actually, Patty was the one who threw a hand sanitizer at him. That's why he calls Ilya Mr. Hand Sanitizer. Well, I don't know who Ilya Tokora is, but I know Mr. Hand Sanitizer. All I was trying to do, mate, was eat the eggs, and then he comes in there and throws, and then I had to throw a hand sanitizer. Yeah, bro, you know what I mean? So, when you get sanitizer out of Patty, just go in that context.
Yeah, there's definitely a beef behind it, isn't it? Osel as well, isn't it?
And you know what? They were doing that before they were really famous.
Yeah.
That was
Right.
Ilya was champion, before Ilya got to meet the Prime Minister of Spain. That was before Patty beat Bobby Green. You know, which I mean, Patty was always big anyway. You know, but Ilya got even bigger after the championship win. You know, Ilya wasn't really known when they street fought like that.
Okay. Makes
And
sense.
then the beat was over a Twitter, thing, because Patty was saying that the Georgians deserve to get terrorized by the Russians because the Georgians are at war with Russia at the time, right? And so he basically said things like that. That's the thing with Patty, bro. He says a lot of crazy things. He told Makayev that he doesn't deserve to represent the British flag because he's not really British. I mean, that's a crazy thing to say.
He's from here,
Represented the UK in in the amateur Olympics of mixed martial arts. You know what I mean? So I mean, if you represent your country like that in a world amateur stage, I mean, what more qualifications do you need to say that you're British?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so he said, no, you can't rock that because you're not really British. I'm like, well, Patty, really, neither are you. When you think about it, you know what I mean? The Scousers are not really British. And they'll tell you, they're not very patriotic, or, they're anti-British because a lot of them have an Irish background.
Yeah. I didn't even know that.
McGregor's dad, they have cousins and living relatives in Liverpool. Because the Irish are very deep in Liverpool. And most of their gangs out there are Irish. You know what I mean? They don't claim that they're Anglo, white British, right? They claim Ireland, and they claim Scouser, or really being a Scouser means you're Irish. Think about it, right?
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, they're really Irish deep down.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's weird for Patty to say that to Makayev. You know what I mean? You can't rock the British flag and this and that.
You can't say that.
British flag, and you know why?
You can't say that.
If you rock the British flag, then everybody in your hood, in your section, they're gonna check you for it. Hey, what are you doing? You know what I mean? That's not what we represent. That's not what we're about.
What fights are you looking forward to, though, bro, on the UFC?
There's Bryce Mitchell. He's gonna fight this guy named Jean Silva, because you know what Bryce Mitchell said, right? He said that he would go fishing with the German guy from World War II. I don't want to mention his name because it'll trigger the algorithm negatively.
Oh, really?
You know who I'm talking about, the German guy from World War II, right? He said that he would go fishing with him. And so somebody, Jean Silva, he's like an upcoming 145er. He's like, I'll take that fight. In the UFC, the UFC is not the Premier League. It's not, it's not the NBA. They let guys say what they want to say. And if you don't like what they got to say, then guess what they'll do? They'll just bring somebody to come in there and fight you for it. And that's the fight business.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Ryan Garcia said the N-word, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He said a whole bunch of horrible things about black people, about Muslims. Well. All right. So listen, I need you guys to go over now to the live stream for UFC Mexico. I'm going to turn off this stream. I will see you guys in the next one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see ya.